Welcome, race fans. Box3 Motorsports is back with a special event today, the 4 hours at Kyalami. My name is Adam Thursman. I will be here with you, your host for today's event, as we watch our drivers start free practice here. About 14 minutes left of that. Then we will jump into the qualifying session for 20 minutes, and then we are on for 4 hours in South Africa. Again, welcome into everyone. I hope everyone's having a great weekend. Hope your weather's holding up. Hope you're getting everything done you need to get done, and now able to join us for about the next 4.5 hours to have some real fun. A lot of new drivers today, right? So far, a total of 42 teams on track here in South Africa. It is gonna get spicy today. As let's go, you know what? Let's just jump on board right now and talk a little bit about Kyalami. Now, Kyalami is a little bit different from a lot of the other tracks that we race in GT3 sessions. One of the main ones being is T1 is not the problem. T1 is not the problem at Kyalami, as it typically is. There's no compression there, as it's a full speed right-hander called the kink coming down. It's basically part of the start-finish straight. It's slight enough to not really cause any issues. But turn 2, as the drivers come down into Cawthorne, is going to be an issue. Well, hopefully not going to be an issue today, but could be an issue. That's where all our compression is going to happen. As drivers start setting times, so far our best here in this practice session, Daniel Monaf with a 147.75. TG in the chat, watch me make T1 a problem. Let's not do that, TG. We'll certainly have to keep an eye out today too on... Ooh, let me see here. Where can I go? There we go. A lot of solo drivers today. What do I count here? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 solo drivers for a 4-hour event is actually pretty spectacular. Wow, that's a lot. Who are you going to call? Just subscribe to Prime. Thank you so much for that. And thank you to all the followers that come in when we're not online, when we're not live. We get a lot of followers to the channel when we're not actually broadcasting. So I want to thank you all for that. I won't run through everyone. You'll notice we don't have pop-ups or anything like that. We keep the focus on the track during our races. So a shout out to who you're going to call for that Prime subscription today. Again, much appreciated. So as we get prepped, let's flip over to our main screen, get a look at some of the times these drivers are setting here during the practice session. DT Bubs in the chat. Good to see you, my man. Hope you're doing well. Been a minute. Take a look at the number 21 car, Stefan Waldhauser. A lot of new drivers joining us for this event. A lot of returning drivers that participate in our regular seasons. My hope is that some of the drivers that have come just for this event are going to stick around and maybe join us for season 6, which will be starting in April on the PC side, season 7 starting for the Xbox side of things over at Box3 Motorsports. And exclamation box in the chat will get you that Discord if that's what you're looking to do and join us for racing. And let me get connected here, and there we go. Exclamation pitwall in the chat for live timing of today's event. So let's take a look down through it here. Where'd it go? Again, I keep losing it. Butter guy, there we go. So first up today, Gasolina returns, one of our regular season drivers in the number 1 car. Niklas Wefvar. TG's going to correct me on that one, I guarantee it. A new driver to Box3. Again, we pulled a lot of new ones. Both those drivers, along with the number 66 car, Louis Ricard, all 3 of those drivers, single drivers in this 65-minute stint timer, so they will have to be hitting the pits, but they are not going to be doing any driver swaps for those 3. Next up, a new driver. TG's going to really have to help me with this one. Furkan. We're going to go with Furkan today. And their teammate, Ersin Ventensever. I think I got that one. Rob Walker, Eric Carmody, In the number 59 car, Alexander Gray and Vorinen, I think. In the number 67 car, Alexander Goltsev. The number 200, another single driver today. Traction Dave. We shall see about that in the number 609 Porsche. See how much traction he's got around Kyalami. Chris Moses joining us on track. The nice orange livery there. I like that. Christopher Flores in the number 137. Just want to throw it up there for a minute. A pretty good spread, I think, of manufacturers today. Daniel Vercosa in the number 463. Philip Ballenwender. A lot of drivers deciding to stay in the pits or spend some time in the pits with the practice still ongoing. David Collins in the number 333 car. BMW out there. There he is, Tobias Gable. And all these drivers from Alexander Goltsev down to Tobias. Tobias in the 188. And different here. A little interesting to see. Tobias not out in his Audi today. Wow. It's a little different. We'll take it, though. But Tobias doing this race solo. Kenny O'Connor, John Rulin, the number 428 car. Another BMW. Oliver Hundas and Sergey Tumara in the number 19. Ferrari. Not a lot of Ferraris out there. Jeremy Cubbage, Andrew Casey teaming up for this in the number 406 car. And Paul Morris, the number 219. Back in a Lamborghini. Paul, the only driver at Box 3 I think that we've seen take the Jaguar out for a season. Stefan Zimmerman. Silas Rapilis, the number 69 car. So many new drivers. It's fantastic to see so many new joiners coming to Box 3 to race with us today. The number 424 piloted right now by Olaf Wapsenkamp, Nikola Musababik, his teammate. Daniel Monaf and Nathan Richards right now for practice setting the fastest time at that 1:47.75 in the number 72 car. Looks like Daniel set that time. We'll see if Nathan, his teammate Nathan Richards, can maintain that kind of pace once we get into qualifying and race. Andreas Kleinwacher. But right now, Stefan Waldhauser behind the wheel of the number 21 car. Matthew Thompson and Mike Patrick out in a Porsche today. That's a nice, I like that livery too. Is that Yit Cows? Is that Yit Cows livery? Blue? Iago Alves teaming up with Justin Secum. Yeah, Secum. There you go. I'll get it right. Justin always making sure I do that. And the number 103 car. Camille Taha joining us in another Porsche. A good number of Porsches on track. Look at all the Porsches. My goodness. I wondered if that was that looked like a Yit Cows livery right there. Is that you guys? Is that you boys right there? Timothy Glendinning, another solo driver in today's race. Go do it, Huff. We know you can jump in there and do it. Just drop 30K on each of them. It's a nice livery. I like that one, Blue. Florian Engels behind the wheel of the number 24 car. I'm going to share the seat with Alan Braga. Number 5 car out on track. I'm not Jimmy behind the wheel right now with Gage Gonzalez taking over later today. Daniel Metz and Hank Goosens. Ryan TG in the number 266 car. They're going to camp out in the pits for a little while. Max Schwinger and Mark Kempen behind the wheel today of the number 85. The flames make it go faster too, Blue. That's what I've been told. If If you put flames on any car, it makes them go faster. Ian King behind the wheel of the number 31 Mercedes. Lewis Hunter will be taking that over later. And here's one to watch, folks. We have experience with this. Keep an eye on them. Don't let that 142.4 and that number 14 in practice fool you. Yannick Kurtz and Justin Scheffer behind the wheel of that number 3. And let me tell you, those boys are spry. I don't know that we've seen them behind the Aston before, but can't remember. But Yannick and Mr. Kurtz and Mr. Scheffer do know how to make it go. Justin Van Weiser in the number 99 car, another solo driver, along with Retro Coffin. Retro, not turn this into another Watkins Glen, buddy. I don't think you'll ever live that one down. Wasn't your fault, but I still, just the fact that you were involved, it just makes it fun for me. Retro, of course, in his signature Porsche, the number 937 car. We'll keep an eye out there today. Pete Davidson, Harold Lightendale behind the wheel, the number 122. Finally getting to an Audi. Another one to watch, Blaine Hall and Jonathan Seville in the number 27 car today. Another sexy livery. Pavel Morev taking on this 4-hour event solo in the number 250 car. Nuno Vieira and Alex Bancroft Turner will share the seat of the number 123. Michael Ozarek and Bartosz Wazowski. No, that's not Wazowski. That's Mike Wazowski. Bartosz. We're going to have to go with Bartosz. It's just not going to... I don't want to butcher people's names. Andre Alex Alfonso Byron Thompson sharing duties in the number 7. Valentin Dubois and Arthur Fontaine going to take turns in the number 15. So many new drivers, so many new names to learn how to pronounce. Lois Regnier and Florian Bourget GL in the number 83. Mike Jackson, John Gixer. Gixer? We're going to have to find out on that one, aren't we? The number 64. Andre Dixon Chen, a solo driver in the number 93 today. Sebastian Winkler and Christian Winkler will co-drive the number 63 car. So that is a full rundown. That is an insane number of cars on track. Again, we are now up to 45 teams on track today. Absolutely mind-bending. And the concern is, as always, is going to be lap 1, turn 1. There's no classing here, right? There's no classing. There's no pro, silver, am, pro am like we do during the regular season. This is straight up bring it to the track and let's go. That being said, as we watch Waldhauser take on the new fastest lap there by about a 10th, a little over a 10th. As Huff said in the chat, it's going to get spicy. Now the concern is, can our drivers maintain control and realize you cannot win the race in T1. You can certainly lose the race in T1, however, right? So definitely something people need to consider. Just about 1 minute left to go here in our practice session. I must not have retro. I ran it maybe 2 hours before the race time, man. I'm sorry. There's others missing out there too. Gasolinas is missing. He tried to shoot it to me manually, and I was too busy with projects this morning. So unfortunately, not something I was able to get done. Don't forget, folks, pit wall, exclamation pit wall in the chat if you'd like to pay attention to live timing during the course of today's race. I should probably get mine going, in fact. Oh, I've got to redo this whole thing for a vertical screen. This isn't gonna... All right, and there we are, reset and ready for the start of qualification. Now, what we tend to notice around here at Box3, what I've tended to notice sitting in the booth and keeping an eye on folks, is what will happen is, you know, you'll see some decent times during practice. You'll get people who really go out there and throw hard on practice, get a lot of laps in, trying to do as fast as they can go. However, what we also find is lap times typically decrease during qualification. Drivers were able to take that practice session, that 20 minutes, and really dial in their setups, make changes, gave them plenty of time. And with a 20-minute qual here, I think they're going to have plenty of time to make even more adjustments as necessary. But with 45 teams on track, it's going to be... we really need the full 20 minutes. Now 44. Looks like we might have lost somebody. Really going to need to take the time to get the laps in, dial it in. I mean, I don't know how these drivers, if you look back from where we're focused on Nicholas Wefvar right now, but if you look how tight the cars are behind him, I don't see how these guys are going to be able to pull. I mean, how are you having clean air to run a good lap? You know what I mean? It's going to be tight. That said, what we typically see is lap times will come down during qualification a certain amount, maybe as much as up to a second. So be curious if we get that today, as these guys have decided, you know what, side by side during qual is the way to do it. I know we're on the out lap right now, but and Nicholas with a little contact there, a little door banging. Always fun when that starts during qual. I just don't see how the number 333 car of David Collins is going to be able to set a fast lap with no clean air. He comes down through the kink into Cawthorne for the first flying lap. There's just, yeah, not going to happen. But right now, Lewis Rickard. KDACC in the chat. Which make will win today? There are a lot of Porsches on track. That's what I know. Guys, one thing I am going to do today, and I know y'all that are in the chat right now are probably going to hate me for it. I don't want to do it because it's completely useless on our end as far as I'm concerned, except it does one thing. Before the end of this qualifying session, in fact, probably here in the next, probably when there's about 10 minutes left, I'm going to run a 3-minute ad break. And the reason I'm going to run a 3-minute ad break is because on Twitch, when you do that, you clear out the next 30 or 45 minutes that when people join the channel, there are no ads. And you won't get a pop-in during the start of the race, which is really my goal, is to make sure that we're not hitting the start of the race and all of a sudden you guys are sitting in chat and an ad flies up in front of you while we're just coming off the end of the warm-up lap and going green. I really don't want that to happen to folks. So I am going to throw that up there. Again, here with about 10 minutes left in qualifying, it'll give me a chance to take a little break here before the start of the race. Because again, we are here for the entire 4 hours. Welcome in, Mitchum. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, TRD Slinger, for the follow. Thank you, Lance, for the follow. All kinds of followers today. Thank you all. Appreciate it. As our new fastest laps start rolling in one after another. Keep an eye on the left-hand side of your screen right there. Obviously, the fastest lap is going to be right at the top. You get the times. But as a driver is highlighted in purple, like you see right there with Lois Regnier, when you see that purple highlight around their name, that means they are potentially running a fastest lap. So be sure and pay attention to that. That'll kind of tell you if we're going to see someone else jump up front and as things move around. TG calling on the Porsche to win today. Mazzino in the chat says Lambo. I got it right here. Andre Dixon Chen in the Audi. TG, your loyalty, your lack of loyalty to Audi is really upsetting me right now. No, I have no idea if Dixon Chen's going to win or not. I just like Audis. Nice livery, though. I like that. Daniel Monaf now throwing down a new fastest lap, but Regnier showing purple by about a 10th at this point. Now going flat, Monaf back up there. A 144.22 to a 144.47. Top three drivers all in that 140 range. Waldhauser about a half a second off pace as Regnier heads into the pits now. Going to make some adjustments. But when we talk about who's going to win today, we have to look at not just who's up front right now, which again, we got two Porsches in the top two. So maybe TG's got the call here, right? Maybe TG's got the call of Porsche's going to slam this as Dixon Chen, though, moves into third with a 140.705. I like that. I like seeing Audi up there. But just taking a quick look, again, exclamation pit wall if you guys want the live timing. We've got a total of 13 Astons on track, 4 Audis, 2 BMW. I'm sorry, 3 BMW. I'm sorry, 5 BMWs. My eyesight's going wonky. 3 Ferraris, 1 Honda out there. Just one lone Honda. Poor little Honda, all by itself. The number 64 car. Mike Jackson. John Gixer in that one. We've got 5 Lamborghinis, 2 McLarens, 1 Mercedes, and then let's count these Porsches up. Only 11 Porsches. Only 11 Porsches compared to the 13 Astons on track today. So obviously very, very Porsche and Aston heavy, but a good mix of manufacturers overall. I mean, Mercedes underrepresented, Honda underrepresented, I would say. Even surprising, the BMW, the number of BMWs on track is, I would say maybe a little surprising. I think we usually have more of those run during the, some of these events that we host here at Box 3. But, who's to say? So far, though, Porsche running hard up front. Now back to 45 drivers. Maybe with some connection issues. We see Daniel Monaf looking to beat his own lap up by about a 10th. Go a little on board with Daniel. So a nice group of 140s at the top 6 drivers, all in that 140 range. Then we hit the 141s and a ton of drivers in the 141 range. Retro Coffin sitting in 7th right now. Starts that off all the way down to P15, now 16. Max Schwinger kicking off the 142. So a good spread here. Mid-pack racing is going to be spicy and tight here at Kyalami. Whoa. Daniel not cleaning up that lap today. Lois Regnier. All right, and as I said earlier, folks. Oh, it won't even let me now? It looks like we just ran an ad. I didn't run it, but somebody did. It looks like we've already run one. I will not be running another one at this time, but I am going to take a quick step away before we kick off this race. I encourage all of you to stick around. The action has only just begun. As we wait for the end of qualification here, and we will be kicking off a 4-hour event at Kyalami. And we are here all day. If you're maybe not down for endurance racing and want to think of something else, take a look. Random Race Roulette continues this week on Thursday. 20-minute practice, 10-minute qual, and a 45-minute race. Random track, random weather, random time, and random temperatures. As you see there on the right-hand side of your screen, track, weather, time, and temps are randomly selected. We have a bot on Discord that randomly selects that 30 minutes prior to the race, so everybody can come in fresh, not knowing quite what's gonna go on. And why are we focused here? Sometimes the autopilot loses its mind. With that, folks, I will be right back. Please stick around. We'll have all the action right here at Box3 Motorsports in just a few minutes. Lois Regnier are able to take the top spot so far, sitting in the pits. Our first 139 of the day. Daniel Monaf in the number 72 car, setting the next highest time, 1:44.22. So about a half a second gap there between Lois and Daniel. See if that opens up the start of this race. I think the front of the pack is going to be where you need to be. Hopefully, no turn 2 carnage here at Kyalami. Again, as we talked about during practice, turn 1 is not the problem here. The kink is not the issue. There's no compression going to happen right off the line at a green flag. It's all about Cawthorn. The sweep and barbecue are where we're going to see where things go. Really hoping that that's not what's going to happen. Mike Jackson setting up in third right now. Just over 2 minutes left to go. You can really see the widespread we have on time. Some drivers all the way down here in the 145 range, 144s, 43s. Some drivers deciding not to set times. Lane Hall, Camel Taha, and I'm Not Jimmy deciding, you know what? Back of the pack start for me, sir. With the one, you know, we'll lump Lois in the 140s because again, it's a tenth off, tenth faster than 140. But you look now, all the way down to P9, Chris Moses, all into that 140 range for the start of this race. Nicholas Webfar going to start the 141s, and they extend all the way down to P20 now. "45 teams on track, about ready to start this race off." Yeah, you know, KB, it's funny you say that, but you know, we talk about these guys starting in the back. Blaine Hall certainly has the ability, right there in the number 27 car. Blaine certainly, I think, has the ability to do that. Blaine teamed up with Jonathan Seville. I believe Seville, a new driver here at Box 3, but not someone we've really seen before. But Blaine has opportunity there, even starting back in 43rd. Keep an eye there. We may see him, I would say, at least in the top 10, if not the top 5, and possibly running all the way to the front. That's that. And again, you can't make that prediction without knowing what's going to happen as far as incidents. Drivers getting disconnected. Don't want anybody to get disconnected, but could certainly be possible. With qualifying rolling to an end, let's take a look at how the manufacturers stack up. Mike Jackson, the only Honda on track, but right up there in 4th, starting off in the top 5. 3 of the top 5, however, all Porsches. As qualification comes to an end. Oh, we don't want to do that. We'll quit. We could quit, but I don't want to quit. As quali comes to an end, we will get ready for race time. Retro. Yeah, Retro, let's not do that. This is not Watkins Glen, sir. Running down through it, Lois Regnier. Daniel Monaf going to share row 1. Andre Dixon Chen and Mike Jackson, row 2. Gasolina, Stefan Waldhauser, row 3. Retro Coffin, right up there. And Yannick Kurtz, row 4. Chris Moses, Sebastian Winkler. Row 5 today. Nicholas Var. And Sergey Tamara. Sergey Tamara? Row 6. Louis Ricard is out there today. Going to share row 7 with Alexander Goltze. Oh, change my stuff on me. Andre Alex Alfonso Mark Campen, row 8. Pavel Morev and Furkan are going to be in row 9. Justin Van Weiser, Alex Bancroft Turner, row 10.
10 seconds.
Wow. Holy cow, we got a fast start today. Hope everybody has their setup ready. Wow. And 2 already have dropped to the pits. 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 drivers now going to start from the pits with this. This should have started already. Oh, there we go. Okay, we are rolling out. Very curious there. Oh. Again, I'm going to point you guys in the right direction. Someone you're going to want to keep an eye on as we get started here. Blaine Hall, the number 27 car. That green Aston. You're going to want to keep eyes there. Welcome in, Yevra. Thanks for joining us today. We set up on our formation lap to get this race started. Kyalami, certainly a fun circuit. Not one of my favorites, as I personally find flow difficult here. It's not somewhere that I've been able to ever find lip or again a flow to try and get my way around the circuit as quickly as possible. It's just not something I've ever been good at. Lois Regner leading us out. Daniel Monaf running out front right now. That'll squeeze down. I'm with you there, Steve. Steve. Everyone deciding to pass up. Lois Regnier. I don't think they understand that's not how this works. Daniel Monaf running out front. Hopefully going to slow right down. We tighten things up here to get this race kicked off. Steve. Drivers now dropping into double file. Let's pull the camera back for the start of this race. Looks like our... Oh no, our pit drivers are down there. So a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers now starting from the pits. Lois Regnier stopping right outside of pit entry. Curious. Zeno in the chat saying session may be restarted. We'll have to see how that goes.
Green light, green light.
We are green at Kyalami. Daniel Mona now running in first down the hill into Cawthorn. And we're going 3 wide a little further back. Oh, and a ding there. Got a car sideways off the circuit. But relatively clean if we can keep the rejoins proper. Sebastian Winkler with contact. Oh, and there it is. I told you guys it was going to last up into barbecue. And there it is. Drivers just flying around the corner. all sorts of contact in the back of the field. My software's going crazy. You know, Mets, a bunch of stuff hit there. We talked about that again. We said from the beginning, it wasn't just about Cawthorn. It was going to last uphill into barbecue. And it certainly did that time. Gasolina there in the number 1 Porsche being chased down by Andreas Kleinwacher. Triangles on the overlay mean that there was contact, and you'll see the text moving across the bottom of your screen calling those drivers down. Now, the one thing I don't like about that is it doesn't say accident involving this car and this car. And a lot of times it will only pick up contact for some reason on one car. No clue as to why. And as Justin said, I'm sorry. Sergey Tamara gonna head into the pits right off the first lap. Nicholas Webfar leading Alexander Gotsev and Justin Secombe around track now. Gotsev looking around the outside. Not quite there, though. You know, we talk about Cawthorn, and again, turn one, honestly, turn one to me did not look horrible. There were a few pushes there, of course. You know, there were a few pushes there. You knocks. That happens, okay? But turn one, not too bad. Coming up into turn 4, up into barbecue, though, I think a lot of that pileup we saw had to do with drivers possibly not having time to recognize what was happening, but also I think possibly not quite paying attention to the yellow flag situation, right? And trying to come around that corner at full speed instead of backing off a little bit. Again, you can't win in lap 1, you can certainly lose, and that's what we've seen so far. The 31 car of Lewis Hunter. Ajax Racing in the chat. Let's check in on Lewis. Lewis chasing down Blaine Hall right now. Now, we talked about Blaine at the beginning of this race. A pit, no qualification, started back near the back of the pack. Blaine Hall, as these guys are now stacking up tight coming downhill. Blaine Hall in that number 27 car already up into P17. Right now we got to check in. Jostein Scheffer making the pass on Nicola in the number 424 car. This is another team we told you guys to watch for at the start of this race. Nicola dropping back now, fighting with Philip Ballawender. Oh, and there's a push right there. That's not good. As Nicola goes sliding back. Back that up real quick and see if we can catch it. It's going to lock up, and yeah, just barely missed it. Into the back of him, but Ballawender able to hold on. As Blaine Hall makes more moves and is now up into P15. Getting around Florian Engels. So the number 31 car of Lewis Hunter, again, just to kind of answer that question, up 10 spots so far, up into P18. Can't complain about that, Ajax. Having a good race to this point. Let's check in with Engels and Camille Taha. Camille wanting that inside line and is going to take it right there. As Engels runs out wide. Can Taha hold it, though? Gonna have the outside line. Coming through crocodiles. Nice, first enduro, that's awesome. Retro Coffin now sliding back and slow on track. Looks like he may have fallen off. We see a little bit of contact between Wefvar and Coffin. Jostein Scheffer now riding in 12th under pressure from Ballawender. Sheffer down 4 spots so far. Trying to close that gap up to second. Retro Coffin continues to feel pressure from Alexander Goltsev. Check in on Gixxer though. Sebastian Winkler applying pressure. Let me ask the chat. Let me ask you guys something. Because typical, you know, I don't drive with the league. I sit up here, and if I do get into the rig to do some driving, it's typically offline racing or what have you. Short qual, short practice, short qual, and into like a 30 or a 45-minute race just by myself against AI. Let me ask you guys. You know, we had 7 drivers end up pit starting because there was such a short time in there between the end of qual, you know, from grid to race start was only about 30 seconds. If your setup doesn't reset when the session crosses from qual to race, correct? So at least I don't recall it doing so. So if that's the case and your setup's pretty much already done and you just have to maybe set your pressures a little bit because for the temperature change, shouldn't everyone have been able to like get it done in 30 seconds? I don't know. I'm asking you guys. Nicholas Wedfar, Retro Coffin, and Goltsev all now stacking up. Blaine Hall getting tapped. Back into P16 now, hopefully staying on track. Lit Balawonder and Justin Sacombe trading places. Luis Regner, our race starter, now going to get up on the back end of, or I should say pole position holder. The start of this race. Now getting on the back end of Blaine Hall. The front end, we'll take a look at the front end of the race here in just a moment. Things not too tight up there right now. Okay, and I get that Mazzino. I'm going to go with Mazzino. And I understand that because your quali fuel load is different. Maybe your pressures are a little bit different. You're trying to run things a little bit different there. I guess what I'm at, and so yeah, I can see a different setup for qual and race. I get that. So if you're saying it's a different setup between qualifying and racing, would you say Blaine Hall push? Oh, not good there. Lois Regner gets around as Blaine Hall comes together with Camel Taha. The Hall now back to P17. Checking on Jimmy and Traction Dave. Or I should say not Jimmy and Traction Dave. Traction Dave in the 609 car right there. Is it a matter of you dialed in your setup during qualification, so then when the race starts you have to choose that race setup and then make adjustments to it based upon how you performed in qualification? Would that be why you would need more than the 30 seconds? Tobias Gable, Arthur Fontaine coming together back here as Christopher Flores falls back now. Pavel Morev, Traction Dave, Jimmy all able to move up as John Rulin and David Collins start to slide back the order. Purple laps continuing to be set here today. John Gixxer. That's not where I wanted to go. Okay, I got you. See, I can understand that too. Taking a bathroom break before jumping in. Gotcha, KB. Okay, that's why I ask you guys. Man, Positions are flipping so quick here. Philip Ballawender taking P10 up from Alexander Goltsev. Such close race. I mean, 45 drivers on track. It's hard to keep up with where the battles are. Urkan and Nicholas Webfar now coming together. We're going to have to go up front here to Gasolina, currently running in P3. Kleinwacher in the number 21 car, about 3/10 off. Gaz running in that Porsche. So even though we had a flip, Porsche still leads this race. Daniel Monaf so far with about a 1.5 second gap back to Andre Dixon Chen. But the battle right now is right here for P3 as Kleinwacher and Gasolina trade blows back and forth through the corners. Let's see a little further down the order. Urkan leading a group made up of P7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. We said mid-pack racing was going to be fun today, didn't we? New purple lap right there for Andre Dixon Chen. About 2/10 faster than Daniel Monaf on that run. Again, if you want all the details, exclamation pitwall in the chat will get you that live timing. Well, Gaz doing well so far to keep Kleinwacher at bay. We'll see how long he can keep it up. Obviously, pit stops will come into play here in about another 45 minutes with a 65-minute stint timer on the drivers. Kleinwacher looking for that outside play is going to have the inside dropping down here. Not quite enough to get clear, though. And he hold it here. He pushes, nudging gas out to the outside a little bit, and there Kleinwacher takes up P3. Go check out on Philip Ballawender with Nicholas Webfer and Alexander Goltsev, Retro Coffin, all right there behind. And actually, number 6 car leading this pack. Leave it to be an Audi to hold everybody up. So far, gaps in this first hour, gaps staying close enough that pit stops are going to come into play quite heavily. Ooh, and a little off-track action. Oh! And we just lost. Is that Webfair in the background that we just lost? Yes, it was. Nicholas Webfair. Just lost him to the wall. Wow, that group will spread out just a little bit now. Philip Ballawender still leading Goltsev and feeling pressure. Those curb hooks can be bad anywhere, right? Any track. I had the same experience yesterday in some racing I was doing. In iRacing. Got a little too far out on the curb, and the curb explained to me why that was a bad idea, and decided to toss my rear end around in a circle faster than the front end of the car. But I will say, incidents like that, I mean, I hate to see anybody go off track, especially when we have nice, clean, tight racing. Folks are fighting for position. Obviously, that's what we're here for. As Philip Ballawender gets around Urkan in the number 6. We'll take up P7. We're always here for the tight, fast, clean racing. I will say, when you're talking about incidents, when you're talking about things happening, I would rather see a driver do something to themselves than ever see an incident between two cars. Kleinwacher and Gasolina going back at it again. Kleinwacher able to hold on for now, but these guys are just side by side, constant. Gaz running a great race in that Porsche. Really wants that P3 back. Take a look at something here. So Kleinwacher sharing the wheel with Stefan Waldhauser. But I believe Gasolina is a solo driver. So you have to wonder... These guys obviously have similar pace. Let's get over here. Put an eye on... Oh, that's not... Wanted. So let's put eyes on Gasolina. Let's put eyes on number 21. Our live timing here. 9 laps down. Well, Gasolina right now running an average lap time of 1:42.492 across the first 9 laps of this race. Line Watcher though, 1:42.380. So about a tenth faster than Gaz. Yeah, I see that, Mitch, and we're having a little fun back here, or somebody. I wouldn't call it fun, but check in on Matthew Thompson, Daniel Vercosa. And looks like Traction Dave. Oh, and is that Pavel Morev 250 car backwards? Both these guys now losing position quickly. And that, ooh. That Aston is not healthy at all, and I'm willing to bet we're going to see Pavel Morev head into the pits. Wow. Trying to get this car back. Justin, now we're showing, now we got contact up here. It looks like between Seckham and Gray. Seckham off track, trying to get the car spun back around. Everybody's got to realize it's a 4-hour race. You know, we don't get into sprint racing until maybe the last hour. Now Nicholas Webfar, Blaine Hall getting around Nicholas Webfar. Justine Sheffer sneaking by. And I'll tell you what, guys, if you want to watch some battles, we may find ourselves back here quite a bit today. We talked about Blaine Hall at the start of this race, starting from the back, already up into P12, but not to be discounted, Justine Sheffer, the team of Justine Sheffer and Yannick Kurtz, definitely going to be somewhere, you know, we're currently sitting 12 and 13 respectively with Hall. Really need to keep an eye on these two teams today. Yeah, these are drivers we know. I mean, again, so many drivers here we don't know today. So many drivers that are new to Box 3. So it's hard to know. You know, they're the black box. They're the Schrodinger's race driver, right? We don't know their performance. We don't have experience with that. But for the ones we do have experience with, like Blaine Hall, like Justine Sheffer, like Yannick Kurtz, I can tell you from what I've seen in the last 2 years or year and a half here at Box 3 is those drivers have pace and they are consistent. Now we saw Blaine get tied up a little bit today, maybe miss a break point. Not typical. I can tell you that. Not typical of Blaine. So again, we'll keep eyes back here quite a bit, I'm sure. Sebastian Winkler, and Philip Bollewinder. Bollewinder sneaking by up into P5. Taking that inside run. We go back again. It's just, the battles are constant. I can't keep up with them. Alexander Goltsev getting the best of Lois Regnier and Retro Coffin. And now coming up on the back end of the number 6 car. Oh, and Daniel Monaf, our race leader, yellow flag, now in P2. A little yellow flag there. Maybe, again, ate a little too much curb. And now the Audi takes over the race lead. And I just want to say, I did say that the Audi was going to win this, TG. You should have had faith. You should have stuck with me. That's all I'm saying. But we do have 3 hours and 40 minutes left to go. So anything can happen. Especially when we talk about that number 93 car. If I can find it here. Where'd it go? Andre Dixon Chen, a solo driver today. So again, one of those cases where it's going to be curious to see, do the solo drivers fare a little better than the ones with teams? Because all it takes is a mixed up command on a driver swap and your pit stop's extended by 30 seconds or 10 seconds, or whatever it might be. Because it takes you longer to make that driver swap than it should, right? Regnier and Furkan coming together, number 83 and the number 6 car, and I gotta wonder if Goltsev is pushing a little too hard back here to join in this fray. Let these two dip each other once in a while, and then I'll make my play. Retro Coffin hanging back there in the background too. Fife, my focus would start to drop after the first 3 laps, so you're beating me. And again, this curve, this is good. That corner, see if I can figure out, where are we there? Is that the S's? Might be the S's, coming out of the S's. Or was that barbecue? No. I don't know. Can't remember where it was. We'll try and figure it out. But we've seen guys eat a ton. We've seen these drivers eating a ton of curb in that same corner over and over again today. And we've also seen some of them that didn't work out so well for. So maybe, I don't know. Blaine Hall now applying pressure to Retro Coffin back here, side by side again. Hall tucking it back. Gonna give it a minute. Blaine Hall's, going way wide to take that one. Retro Coffin going to be able to hold on for a moment. For a moment. Like Hall went a little deep into the corner there as the two make contact. Little door banging. But let's take a look right now. At the number 27 of Blaine Hall, the number 937 Retro Coffin. Hall so far running a 142.822 average lap time across 13 laps. Coffin a 143.384. That's half a second. I got to imagine at some point Hall is going to find his opportunity to get around Coffin. Question is, how long is he going to wait and how patient can he be? But right now, Andre Dixon Chen running in first has about the same gap over Monaf that Monaf was holding. This is another one we really should look at these lap times, these averages, and see kind of where these guys sit. We take a look at the number 93 car first. Average lap so far a 141.576. Monaf's 746. So Monaf actually running about 0.2 slower than Andre Dixon Chen in that Audi. I'm telling you right now, y'all, if this Audi ends up, if Chen ends up bringing this home in the Audi, every one of you are going to have to go back and watch the end of qualification when we talked about what manufacturer was going to win this race and just call me the GOAT going forward. And then I retire undefeated from predicting manufacturer wins. Aha and Webfar now going back to it. Eesh. Sorry, guys, just making some adjustments. Not today, friend. Not today. Okay, let's get caught back up here. Florian Engels in the number 24 car, leading Jimmy and Lewis Hunter. Jimmy up in the P18. Engels up 6 spots today. As Justin Seckham gets around. Oh, Paul Morris struggling back here. I think he's into the pits. No, Paul Morris into or up to the wall. But Tobias Gable's going to have opportunity there. Arthur Fontaine. A bunch of drivers going to be able to get around as he sits trying to get spun back to where he needs to be. Checking on Goltsev and Furkan. Gotta take a look at this so far. Who's really doing well today? I mean, again, we're still in the first hour, so this race is nowhere near over. This is an endurance race. We're here for the next 3.5 hours. Let's go. But if we really want to talk about who's made moves today, Blaine Hall, what did we talk about during qualification? Blaine Hall up 31 spots on the day. Philip Bollewender in the number 23 car, 36 positions in P5 right now. We're talking about somebody who knows how to keep themselves out of trouble, right? Yeah, and Jimmy didn't qualify today. Where's Jimmy sitting right? Jimmy's up 26 spots on the day. Let's go. Arthur Fontaine up 19. Tobias Gable up 15 spots. And we're going to talk about the winners. We also have to talk a little bit about the losers. I don't mean to call them losers. They still have opportunity here. Let's face it. Again, 3.5 hours left to go. Lewis Ricard down 25. Chris Moses down 30 spots. These are the guys that could not get set in time and ended up having to start from the pits. It happens. As Lois Regnier gets around, takes up P6. Now, Lois started off as our pole sitter today at the start of this race. So let's talk a little bit for a minute. Let me go find Lois and throw him up here. Again, we talked about Dixon Chen and those. There we go. The 141.614 average laps. We talk about Regnier 142.162. Okay, so Dixon Chen still running average lap times, still running fast enough to hold this race. But Lois is definitely making progress, getting back up to where they started today. Gixer holding on to P8 with Goltsev right there, trying to apply a little pressure. As Gray gets around Wevvar. I can't keep it straight. Driving me nuts. More incidents happening on track today. Speaking of I'm not Jimmy, Florian Engels got that pink monster right there behind him. That number 5 Aston. Engels up 6 spots on the day. We will be joined a little bit later by my co-commentator Matt, who will be coming in. Matty P. He's driving right now, but will be joining us up here in the box when he is off stint. Lane Hall with those times coming up on the back end of Alexander Goltsev, the number 200. All with the inside line. And there it is. Goltsev having to pull back, letting Blaine Hall get around. And this is where we talk about, you know, the question always comes down to, can they hold it, right? Maybe had a good lap. Maybe Blaine Hall has a good lap. Gets around Goltsev. The question comes down to, can they hold it? And remember, Blaine sharing the vehicle with Jonathan Seville, be taking over a little bit later. But let's check on that. Goltsev, a single driver. Again, 142.947 average lap time so far for Goltsev. Hall, 142.721. So again, about two tenths difference in pace. So really, Hall should be able to easily hold on now to P9. Pull up 33 spots on the day, a no qual start to this race for that team. And so far has paid off well, as Daniel Monaf is yellow flagged again and getting passed up. Monaf still holding on to second, so looks like maybe a back marker got back around. And Blaine Hall making more moves, getting around John Gixer. Goltsev also getting around Gixer. So Blaine Hall has now moved into P8 in the first half of the, or I'm sorry, in the first hour of this race. I'll spit it out eventually, folks. Gixer falling back to P10, down 6 spots on the day. A little bit of a struggle there. Daniel Monaf definitely with some trouble. If you look up at the splits now and take a look at that gap is now open to 8.5 seconds behind Dixon Chen, the number 93 Audi. I do not. Andre Dixon Chen is a new driver with Box 3. I'm going to tell you right now, but I'm going to go sing that person's praises in the Discord afterwards. You brought it home for Audi. This race is not over. A lot of pit stops and a lot of things that could happen. Engels and Jimmy back together again. Jimmy in a good spot here right now to look to make this pass. Not under real any pressure from Traction Dave. Dave about 2 seconds back. But if he's going to get it done, he needs to get it done as quickly as possible, or he's going to give up. He's going to give Dave opportunity to close up on him, and now he's in a three-way battle, looking to clear space, having to play offense and defense all at the same time. Oh, wait a minute. And we've had a massive change up front that I did not even see happen as we kept an eye on this. Daniel Monaf now in P5. So Kleinwatcher taking up P2, Gasolina in third, and Bollewender in fourth. That puts Daniel Monaf now in P5 in the number 72 car. Nathan Richards will be taking that one over here in a little bit. So a big fall back there as Retro Coffin now falls back behind Sheffer and Taha. Goltsev will feel some pressure from Gixer. Retro Coffin heading into the pits. Will be his first stop on the day. One thing that's very good to see is we've only lost two teams so far. No idea why, right? But still 43 teams on track today as Stefan Zimmerman plays defense against Christopher Flores now. Jimmy getting ahead of Traction Dave. Oh, no, we got a hard battle here. We talked about it. Now Jimmy's having to play defense and Traction Dave able to slip right by. Florian Engels holds on to P16 with that. And now with a little bit of a buffer there. Not as much to worry about from Engels. We'll see if Dave can close up the gap. Dave wanting P16. Here he goes. Dave taking the whole shot up the hill. Secures P16 ahead of Florian Engels in the number 24 car. So Andre Dixon Chen now extends his lead to 11 seconds. Andreas Kleinwacher in second. Gasolina in third. Philip Ballewender in fourth. And Daniel Monaf holds on to P5 right now, as Blaine Hall now closes the gap on Sebastian Winkler. Welcome in, Ed. Oh, and a push there. What? I took my eyes off the screen for 2 seconds to read chat. Who pushed who there? Blaine Hall. Looks like a little bit of an overbreak on Hall's part. Luckily able to spin back around. And now mixed up with a back marker in the 250 car. Out of Pavel Morev. If I'm Morev right now, I am just getting out of the way. The Winkler losing position to Blaine Hall right there due to a bit of a nudge. Keep an eye to Gasolina, like Ballewender closing in on Gaz slowly but surely. And don't call me Shirley. Furkan now with Jostein Scheffer in his rearview mirror. Really is, right? Isn't it, Fife? Like, well, I hate you for hitting me, but thanks for the extra push to make sure I'm going in the right direction. Again, a little bit of under braking on Blaine's part, though, to be sure. I think I want to take a look at here. I got to tell you, as we look at this, we talk about, you know, our front runner, Andre Dixon Chen right now. We check in on Jostein Scheffer right behind, I should say right in front of Camille Taha. From a driver's point of view, we're getting annoyed with the flashing from drivers around the same pace. I'll tell you what, AJ dude, I would not disagree. Listen, to me, lights are to be used for letting a back marker know you're looking to get around. As Monaf now, Monaf falling off again. Daniel Monaf struggling today. Wicked pace, but is just having a hard time keeping the car on track. Now falls to 6th place behind Lois Regnier. We check in again now with Furkan. Now, look, we talked about this. Jostein Scheffer unable to clear Furkan, and now has Camille Taha right there. And so looking at it now, has to play defense as Philip Ballewender takes up position on Gasolina. Porsche versus Porsche today for P3. But as I was saying, AJ, I'm not going to disagree with you. Now, you'll have to speak to the league managers, which is Blue and Anderson. Talk to those guys. I'm not sure what the stewarding situation is today for this race. But I would certainly bring it up to them, and if they are accepting incidents, I would go ahead and report it as such. You know, nothing for nothing, but again, light flashing is for letting a back marker know you're there. I can understand if you come up behind a driver with the same pace that you're fighting for position, maybe you tap it once to let him know you're there, and give him that triple flash. Ooh, and a nudge right there. Oh, and more nudging as that 134 car, Camille Taha, just cannot quite slow down fast enough to give both these drivers a nudge. And now we got a crazy four-way battle with Jostein Scheffer leading the way, getting around Furkan in the number 6, but Camille Taha and Alexander Gray have both shown up to the party. Jostein Scheffer getting a chance to just kind of run away as Furkan is required to continue. All right, perfect. Thank you, Anderson. So incidents should be reported via SimGrid. And again, AJ, I would highly encourage you to report that incident or that excessive flashing. Because again, give them the triple flash, let them know you're there. After that, you're done. Being annoying in someone's rearview mirror is not a quote-unquote pro gamer move. It's more of a quote-unquote dick move. Because you're not beating them with your racecraft, you're not beating them with speed, you're not beating them by being patient and looking for the gap. You're not forcing them into a mistake. You're using a part of the vehicle for something it was not designed to do. Straight up. It's not designed to do that. It's not what it's for. That's not why it's not why you're given flashing high beams. So again, please report them. Furkan in that number 6 car continues to lead Gray and Camille Taha? Camel Taha? I hope I'm saying that right. I gotta say, Gray and Camille look like they might race together, matching liveries on those Porsches. Get a little curb action in that Audi, and that might provide Alexander the opportunity necessary. Not quite though. Every time I see the grass start to bounce, you know, the vehicles start to bounce under the grass, I start getting nervous. I do have to tell you guys though, looking up front here, and again using pit wall exclamation pit wall in the chat if you'd like live timing. Number 93, Andre Dixon Chen and Andreas Kleinwatcher. That gap is only growing. It started off at around, actually very close, but I think it was about 6-8 seconds somewhere in there after Chen was able to take up P1. And that gap has now opened up to a little over 13 seconds. So obviously, Dixon Chen with a ton of pace. Thank you, JL. And I can tell you here at Box 3, our racing regulations are based partly upon sim leagues, other sim leagues, partly, taking bits and pieces here and there where folks, and whoa, and we are going sliding in the Audi. Wow. It looks like there was contact there. So it does look like maybe Taha gave a little bit of a nudge to Furkan, but Furkan doing a great job to keep it under control and hold on to P12 for now. Taha backing off just a little bit, give him about a 1 second gap, and now racing right along with Alexander Gray. JL, as I was saying, part of our racing regulations are also built off of SRO regulations. And that is why I told AJ to go ahead and report it, because I can tell you that the light flashing rule is in the race regulations. In fact, I'll go find it while we're talking about it. As soon as I find where I put all the documentation. At least I hope they're. Pretty sure they are. I might be wrong. Someone might have made me take it out. Taha now starting to close in on Furkan again. That gap getting closer. Nicholas Wefvar heading into the pits for the first time today. We got it right now. Check in with Florian Engels, Jimmy and Alfonso. Andre Alex Alfonso in the number 7 car stacking up behind Engels. So here we go. Section 4.11 of race regulations. As we watch that number 24 car kind of bounce through those curbs. Regnier? Yeah, well, look, I mean, look, Lois qualified on pole. He qualified on pole and got hung up in the first lap in an incident. Got baffed back hard. Yeah, certainly has pace, but well, hold on one second. We'll go look at that, Anderson, because I want to talk about that, because Lois and Dixon Chen have a gap in speed. Although now Philip Ballawender has closed up on the back end of the number 21 car of Andreas Kleinwacher. Is really tightened up. I'm watching that Aston. Might not be able to hold Ballawender at bay for too long. Oh yeah, that's right. No, you're right. He didn't get scooped up. He stopped right outside of pit entry. That's right. Thank you, Anderson, for that. So 4.11 in the rules. During night races, headlights are required to be on. During daytime races, headlights are not required to be on, but are permitted if the driver wishes. Flashing of cars is not permitted during qualifying. In any race, if a car has sustained damage and the headlights are flickering or not working, cars are required to pit for repairs, or blah, 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 blah. A maximum of 3 button presses sequences per car you are attempting to pass are allowed during race sessions. Flashing should never be used to distract other drivers and is intended to be used for communication. This does not give you the right to pass, but rather communicates to the slower driver that you would like to make a pass in the coming corner. So, to the point of what JL posted, you get 3 button presses and then knock it off. That's it. Just stop. So, there it is, folks. It's right in the rules. Now, speaking of pace, let's talk a little bit about pace. We got Dixon up there. As Lois takes over P4 from Gasolina, just like that. Lois getting up into P4 after dropping to the back. All right, so let's take a focus here. Now that gap is coming together, right? Now this, at its widest, Dixon and Regnier were gapped out at about 23 seconds. That has now closed to 16. Again, after 30 laps, Dixon running a 141.837. Lloyd's running a 141.883. 837 to 883. That's how close these guys are in average lap time, okay? Dixon Chen still holding fastest for the day in the race. But, and I wish I could bring, I wish I could bring it up. Again, if you exclamation pit wall in the chat, you can take a look at this yourself. You see the gap coming together again, now down to about 16, 17 seconds. The gap between the two of them total. So we're going to leave those graphs up and keep an eye on that chart just to see how this plays out. We catch back up with Kleinwacher and Ballawender. Sebastian Winkler right now, though, under pressure from Goltsev. Better check in on angles, though, with Andre Alex Alfonso coming up behind very quickly. Still a ton of racing to go here at Box3 Motorsports. Stick around, folks. A little over 3 hours remain in this 4-hour endurance event here at Kyalami. Thank you so much for joining me today. If you like participating in racing, not watch them because I can't do them. It makes me sad all the time. But you're gonna want to come back and join us and drive the random race roulette every Thursday at 9 p.m. UTC. Don't forget, time changes have happened today for most of Europe. 20-minute practice, 10-minute qual, and a 45-minute race. Random track, random weather, random time, and random temps chosen 30 minutes before race time. So you better bring your game. As Sebastian Winkler tries to keep Goltsev from getting by. We do have the 2 hours of Laguna coming up, but I don't have a poster for that, Anderson, and I don't know when it is. I think is it next weekend? Is that next Sunday? Kleinwacher able to get around Ballawender up front for P2 now. So I gotta say, I mean, yeah, next Sunday. Yeah, I think so. I think it's the 2nd of April. Or no, the 4th of April. Whatever it is. Oh, the 2nd. Yeah, the 2nd of April. Pretty sure that's what it is. Justin Scheffer, we see there taking up P10 from John Gixer. But here's the thing. I mean, Lois Regnier's got great pace. Awesome. Thank you, Anderson. I'll go try and find the details on SimGrid. I just haven't been looking. I knew it was coming up, but not something I was running after. So Regnier, Regnier's got pace now. We just saw a big drop off here. Again, let's catch up with this because the gap had closed between Dixon Chen and Regnier to about 15.3 seconds. And now all of a sudden it just opened back up to 16.5. So I'm not, again, I don't want to take anything from Regnier. Let's face it. I'm biased. I want Dixon Chen to win just because of the Audi. I don't know Dixon Chen. I just wanted to win because of the Audi. No, but I don't. Lois Regnier and Andre Dixon Chen, both new drivers here. In fact, our top 4 right now are all new drivers, right? All new drivers to Box 3. We don't know. I don't know them. I know Gaz. I know Blaine Hall. Blaine Hall's up in the P6 now. That's why we talked about Blaine during qualifying to say somebody up front better watch out because Blaine Hall's a coming. Okay? Now, we've seen some incidents there, so there's probably going to be some reports. There should be some reports. And that's the other thing drivers need to understand is you guys have got to report incidents. Please. Please report incidents. But right now, Kleinwacher, Ballawender fighting for P2. Regnier is going to have to get through these two before he can take a shot at Chen, right? And with pit stops coming up, it's going to get real curious how things flip around. None of the top 6 drivers have taken pit stops yet, as Ballawender just fighting for his life here, or Kleinwacher fighting for life. And it looks like Ballawender was able to lock in and hold on now to P2 as Daniel Monaf heads into the pits, our race leader for about the first 45 minutes. Thank you, Seb Wolf. Much appreciated. Thank you for coming in here. Also, again, want to thank all of the new followers to the Box3 channel here. Again, we don't have pop-ups or anything. We keep focus on the race and on the drivers. But the list pops up off to my left here, and I do want to thank all of you for coming in and following. Florian, I'm not going to say the other guy's name. The Box guy's name. Not going to say that name. I'm not going to say that. But I do want to thank each and every one of you for being here. As I said, Monef into the pits now. Let's get down here and check on Winkler and Goltsev. These guys just keep coming back together. Zam, welcome in for the number 463. We'll take a look there in just a few moments. We'll go find the 463 car. There's Daniel Verkosa in the number 463. We'll check on Daniel real quick. Daniel up 4 spots on the day and currently running in 34th, but good on him moving up the chain. Let's talk about that for a moment. Let's talk about position deltas here. Just an amazing spread of how this has happened. Philip Ballawender, check that out, up 39 spots on the day. Blaine Hall up 36. Kamil Taha up 31. Jimmy up 27. Sorry, not Jimmy, up 27. A ton of moves today. Jump back a little further in the order so we can check on some of the folks back here. Tobias Gable up 16. Nothing to swarm at. 43 teams still on track. We're going to get up with David Collins and Stefan Zimmer, though, as they fight for position. Glendinning coming up. Speaking of Tobias Gable, Timothy Glendinning closing in there as well. We keep looking up front. We keep talking about Lois Regnier. You know, the gap had dropped back down to about 16 and a half seconds, but now has come back up to about 15 seconds. So something good going on there as David Collins in the 333 car gets himself around Stefan Zimmerman. John Gixer now into the pits. Florian Engels, E14 under pressure from Afonso. And Alexander Gray in the 67. Emil Taha. These two, I think, are running together. I got to watch that gap because I don't think they're really trying to pass each other, which is okay. Gasolina and Lois. Now, Lois Regnier now heading into the pits there. Now, I highlighted him for a reason. Here's the other consideration we got to talk about. You know, when Anderson, you talk about closing the gap on Dixon Chen. Dixon Chen is driving this race by themselves. There's no teammate there. Lois is sharing that number 83 car with Florian Bourgier. Now, again, I don't know Florian Bourgier. So I can't sit here and say fast driver, not fast driver. I honestly have no idea. New driver to Box 3. Haven't seen him before. But what we've seen so far of Chen says Chen has pace. Dixon Chen has pace. So will, as they come back out, Florian now taking over that number 83 car, coming back out on track. Will Florian maintain the same pace as Dixon Chen? And that's where things will start to get curious. Pit stop for that team coming out there now being driven by Florian. 1 minute 8 and 1 minute 8 seconds and 364 left over. Dixon Chen yet to take a pit stop. Gaz saying you might not complete the race. Gaz, I'm sorry you're feeling sick, buddy. But I hope you finish the race. I do. Now, here's another one, folks, I'm going to tell you to keep an eye on. In that Aston, that number 3 Aston. Yannick Kurtz taking over from Justin Scheffer. So far, this team has put on a show. They're down 6 spots. Got hung up in traffic. Got hung up in incidents in lap 1. But Kurtz and Scheffer are both very fast. They're both very consistent. So I'll be curious to see how much further they can come up as we check in with Alexander Gray in the number 67 car. Emil Taha back there. Again, see these guys. It's these 2 Porsches again. I got to stay away from the 67 and the 134. Both heading into the pits now, so they're going to come in together. And that is a good time for me to take a step away as pit stops roll through. I'll throw you guys on autopilot for just a few moments. Thank you again, everybody, so much for being here today. You're watching Box 3 Motorsports, 4 hours at Kyalami. Stick around. Plenty of racing to go. Just under 3 hours left today. So much race to go. It's yeah, we got plenty of race time. So stick around for it, please. It's gonna be one of those things that I think you're gonna want to be here for. I just go and check on some stuff before I take a quick break. And yeah, I'll do this when I get back. We got some stuff to talk about as a league, but right now the racing is on. Again, stick around, folks, as we roll through these pit stops. I'll be taking breaks throughout the race, but hang out, don't leave. Plenty of action, and we will be here for the entire remaining 3 hours. Be right back. We are back at it, folks, and it looks like we've got a battle right here. Oh, sorry. Dixon Chen now in 4th. Pit stop taken. So coming out of a pit stop in 4th place, just right there with Jonathan Seville. Oh, and Jonathan Seville giving a push to Dixon Chen, but Chen giving that spot back, so good to go there. Daniel Monaf showing contact, but that wasn't Daniel Monaf involved in that incident. So Philip Ballawender, as I stepped away, pit stop complete, coming out in 1st. Stefan Waldhauser taking over the number 21 car in 2nd right now. Florian Bourget in 3rd, and Andre Dixon Chen in 4th. So as of right now, that's where it stands. All the top 5 drivers have all taken pit stops, made driver changes where necessary, and this is how it has hashed out. So now we will get to see these average lap times start to come in over the next half hour or so we can take a look at that. NV2, how much of that carnage was my fault in lap 1? I felt like I gave enough space. I'll be honest, I do not know. Jonathan Seville now moving ahead of Andre Dixon Chen. So Dixon Chen with a little trouble. Retro Coffin into the pits. Looks like coming in with some contact. Oh my goodness, we're trading blows up here in the front again. Bourget taking over P2 from Waldhauser. Well, Anderson might just have called it right there in the chat. The number 83 car looking to take over the front end of this race again. Philip still going to have to fight Philip Ballawender, about a 3-second gap there. Oh, I don't know who that is. Is that Gixxer? No. Who is that sitting sideways? Sergey Tamara sitting backwards on track. Why don't I not have numbers on the side of that car? Number 19 car. All kinds of trouble back here. Christopher Flores shown white flagged and slowed down. Luis Ricard, we got a battle back here for P28. Luis Ricard, Chris Moses going at it. And just behind them, Urson Vattensever, Arthur Fontaine, and Paul Morris going back and forth. The action doesn't stop when you've got 45 teams on track. 43 now, but still, my goodness. And Kyalami, I mean, we talk about Kyalami, the lap times we see are in the 140s. That's not a long circuit to have that many cars driving at the same time. I mean, you talk about a Spa that's over 2 minutes a lap. And contact there with between 77 and 6. They're going to rub doors a little bit around the corner. Arthur Fontaine taking up that spot now. Like Patrick with a yellow flag getting spun back around. But Arthur Fontaine's going to lead this pack. Timothy Glendinning now joining in. Now, Gaz, keep something in mind. They're not required to move out of your way. You're required to make a clean pass. I get what you're saying, and I would be trying to clear space for you because I'm slow. I'm a slow driver. Everybody knows it. I would definitely be trying to clear space for you. What I would tell you is wait for the straight, right? And on the straight, I'm going to lift a little bit and let you go right around me. If you try and take me in a corner where I'm not comfortable, you're taking a chance. That's what I'm going to say. And I understand. Oh, wow, the number 6 car of Urson van Ventensever just spun on the corner there. Glendon and Paul Morris both able to sneak around. As Christian Winkler drops position out into the dirt. Blaine Hall setting the new fastest lap. I should say, Jonathan Seville taking that over from Andre Dixon Chen. So Seville, again, a new driver. I know Blaine Hall. I don't know Seville. I don't know that they've raced with us enough for me to have any be able to speak about their abilities, right? But obviously doing something right. Philippe Ballawender better hold on, though, because Florian Bourget has closed that gap down to 1.5 seconds for P1. So we're going to have to keep an eye up there and see what happens. Now, Gaz, that's different. If they're defending, that's different. And again, report that, please. Please go to SimGrid and report it after the race. Drivers need to understand, you know, the league managers, the league runners, we kind of had this conversation at the end of season 5 about the fact that we see incidents happen, whether it's a pileup or whether it's just two drivers, whatever it is. And what we're finding is, you know, I'm sitting here watching the entire race. You guys see the number of incidents that have happened so far in the first hour and 15 minutes of this. And the problem is, after the race is over, nobody reports it. We get 2, 3, maybe 4 reports out of a race. And the problem with that is that then the stewards can't levy penalties. The stewards don't have time in their week to watch an entire race, especially given the fact that people want the results relatively quickly. We try to stick to 48 to 72 hours for final results. If drivers are willing to wait till the following week, maybe that gives the stewards more time to go back and watch the race and find those things, right? The problem is they don't necessarily have time. And if drivers don't report incidents, if they don't report their fellow drivers for making a stupid mistake, or defending as a blue flag, or as a back marker, or flashing lights excessively, if these things don't get reported, the stewards and the league can't issue penalties. Penalties lead to corrections. Sometimes it leads to people leaving the league because they don't like the fact that they got a penalty, but that's okay. If you did something stupid on track, if you missed a braking point and slammed into somebody, and you getting a penalty for that is enough for you to say, I don't want to be a part of this league anymore, well, then you probably shouldn't be a part of any league. I'm sorry, you shouldn't. But we need drivers to report incidents, right? We really do. Somebody, it'll probably be TG this week, somebody will provide race replays as a link to a Google Drive where you can go grab the replay, review it yourself, put the camera on yourself, review it at 5x speed till you find an incident, and then pause, back up. Okay, it was on this lap, it was with this driver, and go report that, please. We really need drivers to do that, because if you're not reporting, it's not going to get corrected. The goal is clean, hard racing. And read the rules, because if you go through the rules, and I've closed them out now, we could go to the blue flag section of the rules, just like we went to the light flashing section earlier, and we can talk about it. We can talk about what it is that happens during a race for blue flags. Let's talk about blue flags. When presented with a blue flag, you must maintain a predictable line, which is commonly the racing line. The blue flag car is not required to pull off the racing line to allow a faster car to pass, although they may do so if they feel they can do so in a way that will not cause an incident. If the lapping car makes a well-communicated move and is close enough to complete the move safely, the blue flag car must let the lapping car through. So to Gaz's point, if they are defending, they are wrong. Okay? They are wrong. Overtaking cars who are battling should be treated as per when overtaking for position, with one additional rule, that the blue flag car cannot defend the lapping car. Okay? So one thing I would say is that if you come up on two blue flag drivers who are racing, who are battling for position, let them fight. Let them fight. Your time's coming. They're going to let you by, but let them fight. And Blue, I'm not telling people not to join the league. I want people to join the league. I want clean drivers. I want hard drivers. I want fast. You don't even have to be a fast driver. I'm a slow driver, and I want slow drivers in the league. So if I want to race against you, I have somebody to race against, right? I want good spreads. I want all of our grids full as well. Not at the cost of people who can't handle understanding that sometimes everyone makes mistakes and that therefore you should just own up to it and take the penalty, right? I think that causes more problems. As wow, Seville setting a new fastest lap again, a 1:49.07. We watch Afonso and Gage Gonzalez battle out for P13 right here. Yannick Kurtz moving up into P8 over Alexander Goltsev. Told you to watch for Kurtz, guys. Told you to watch for Kurtz. Boy's got tannins in his system. He's got speed. Let Balo under that gap now back to Florian Bourget in the number 83 car. About 1.2, 1.3 seconds. It had opened up a little bit, so we'll keep an eye there. Let's talk about Jonathan Seville for a minute. Let's get him up there. And let's get that number 83 car up there. I want to see exactly where we're sitting. So, Seville, racing with Blaine Hall, a 1 minute 15 second pit stop, a 1 minute 8 second pit stop for Lois Regnier into overturning the car over to Florian Bourget. So 7 second gap there in pit stops. Sorry, but Seville and Blaine Hall are gonna have to they're gonna have to tie that down. They gotta shorten up those pit stops throughout the remainder of this race, right? Okay. So let's look at it though. Seville right now, Jonathan Seville running an average of 141.799 in his 9 laps since taking over the car. So 141.799. Florian, a 141.747. So about 0.05 of a second faster. So Seville, as fast as he is, setting these fastest laps, right now is not going to catch Florian. Not at 0.05 slower. As we check in on Ballewender, that gap now down to 1 second for the number 23 car. You see Florian right there behind him. I'm sorry, Traction Dave, I don't know what that says. That's also just as confusing, sir. Gage Gonzalez, a little bit of pressure being felt from the number 7 car. And Ian King with Harold Lightendale right there. And there it is, Lightendale, that wide swing. King taking that wide swing to the outside. Opened that door wide for Lightendale to just jump ahead in the 122 car. Andre Dixon Chen involved in an incident somewhere. And now Ballewender, that gap down to under 1 second, about 0.7. As Porsches take over the front end of this race again. Silas Rapilis taking the number 69 car into the pits. Yannick Kurtz clearing Gasolina. Take up P7. Now, again, y'all just saw that number 6 Audi go swinging out into the grass. That is one of the things we were talking about of back markers not doing, right? Really shouldn't be doing that. So far, Ballawender holding off Bourget, keeping him at bay, about 7/10. Let's do this. Let's go take a look here. Number 23 car. Throw that up in our little widget here. So 13 laps for Bourget right now. 141.714 the average lap times. Ballawender 142.057. So 0.3 of a second says that gap is going to come down rather quickly, and it already has. First, these guys will have to play in some traffic, and there you go, a nice clean run around that blue marker. Back marker, blue flag, if you will. The blue markers. Florian in the number 83 car chasing down Philip Ballawender in the number 23. This gap has just continued to close since the pit stops rolled through. Oh, that's not going to help right there. That corner has been just brutal for everybody today. Every driver pushing off. Looks like the cheetah they came down through. So it just, yeah, just constant. Oh, and a bang there. And we lost Florian. Oh, and that's going to back that off. That door bang was all it took. Florian, looks like Florian shot across to the left side of the track. The camera lost grip on him as we were following Ballawender. That'll open that up. Now a 2.3 second gap there. We check in with Louis Ricard and Chris Moses. Waiting for P23. Ian King heading into the pits now. Tobias Gable sliding up into P21. As, the number 428 car having cleared a penalty. I think that's our first one we've seen today. John Ruhlin in that 428 pulling a drive-through penalty. Florian Bourget has now dropped. Oh, and I think... Hold on here. Yeah, we lost Florian Bourget. Dropped off the server. That's a shame. But Stefan Waldhauser will now take up P2 with Jonathan Seville in third. So Florian Bourget dropping off. Yeah, I saw that. I hope it wasn't just because that bump. That was a door bang. That was nothing to get upset about. I always tell when something happens with when somebody drops off the server, my software goes nuts for a minute until it fixes itself and catches up. But we talked about Seville running those fastest laps, so let's look at the number 27 car and the number 21 car. Waldhauser been on track for 14 laps since pit stop. Pit stop was a 106.5, so very fast there from what we've seen so far. Again, Seville with or I should say Seville and Hall with that 115 pit stop. But let's look real quick at the average times for you guys. So both cars out on track for 14 laps. 141.686 for Seville and a 142.406 for Waldhauser. That's a gap. That's a 1 second gap. So Seville currently sitting 15 seconds back from that number 21 car, but should have opportunity to close that gap relatively quickly. As we check in on Retro Coffin and David Collins trading blows back here for P23 right now. Coffin with the inside moves and able to take it up over David Collins. Oh, no kidding. Okay, yeah, we lost him off camera, so that would explain why, possibly. Still sad, though. I mean, 2.5 hours left to go in this race. Certainly opportunity to make up some time. Louis Ricard and Chris Moses coming back together here. They cleared out traffic with the number 6. Oliver Jundes and the number 19 car into the pits. Moses on the inside. And a little bit of door banging there, too. As Moses secures P21 for over Louis Ricard. Calming down now just a bit. Philip Bollewinder must be relatively happy. Now with an 8-second gap back to Stefan Waldhauser. Jonathan Seville has closed up about 1.5 seconds towards Waldhauser since the time we spoke about it. So that gap is coming down. You know, our widest, and if we discount the pit stops and everything as we kind of get started here, lap 41, about 25-second gap, now down to 13 on the last lap. So yeah, about 13-second gap right now. So Seville definitely running hard. Got to remain consistent, though. We saw a little bit of consistency struggle out of Seville and Hall during Hall's stint, but certainly certainly would like to see more consistency there, fewer incidents, and maybe keep things a little calmer. But so far, great racing from those guys. Andre Dixon, Chen. We check in real quick in the number 93 Audi, currently running in 5th. Hasn't been able to close in real easily. And the times, for some reason, a little jacked up there, which tends to happen. Hopefully it will reset during the next set round of pit stops. Yannick Kurtz running in 6th. These guys up 2 spots after getting gobbled up in lap 1. Gasolina in the number 1 car. Down 2 spots today. Hopefully able to finish. Said he might not be able to finish the race. Hopefully able to stick it out and stick with us. But either way, I do hope you're feeling better soon, Gaz. Alexander Goltsev in 8th right now at number 200. Christian Winkler sitting in 9th. And John Gixer rounding out the top 10. They're just over an hour and a half down here today. Now, folks, let's take a quick break and talk about it. Random race roulette every Thursday, 9 p.m. UTC at Box3 Motorsports. Exclamation box in the chat to join the Discord. Next race up on March 30th. Track, weather, time, and temps all randomly selected 30 minutes prior to the race during the driver's meeting by a Discord bot, so you're able to see it in the channel. It's not hidden or anything. Somebody shoots the command out, and it pops up what's going to happen. So I would encourage you guys to get in there and run that. Don't forget also season 6 coming up for PC ACC racing. And if you're an Xbox driver, that season 7 is going to kick off around the same time. We're trying to line them up. Same track, same time every weekend. Matt will hopefully be covering Xbox races this season. And we'll get some of that broadcasted out to you guys on Saturdays. Also, every Thursday at 8 p.m., Recovery Drive kicks off. We're going to have to figure that out because random race roulette's on Thursdays at 9. I think 9 Eastern. No, 5. Oh, no, we're good. Yeah. No, we're good. That was 9 UTC. Race review, chilling out, rig roasting, and we'll talk about the next race. That will kick off again once season 6/7 kickoff for PC and Xbox racing. And one more thing, I'm going to talk about it now. We're going to talk about it again before the end of today's race, or I should say probably at the end of today's race. Box3 Motorsports, we pride ourselves on being a community, supporting each other, good hard driving, clean as possible, but also being a community, and we do put that community first. So I want you guys to help out this man, Mr. Dylan Dunn, one of our founding members, is going to be boxing for charity. Haymakers for Hope, coming up on June 14th at 7:30 p.m. I'm going to put the link in the chat, but here's the thing. He does box. Here's my hope for this, and I haven't found out. It's the Rumble in the Rockies 5 this in Denver 2023. Here's my hope for this. I think they're gonna live stream it, and if they're gonna live stream it, you're gonna want to be a member of the Discord, because then I'm gonna live stream it and I'm gonna commentate it, and we're gonna watch Dunn just get waffled. So if you want to raise money for a good cause, please head over there, take a look at Dunn's page, and if something you think you want to do, I would encourage you to do so. As I said, we help out each other. We back our communities. We back the community and each other over at Box3 Motorsports. So please join me in celebrating that and helping Mr. Dunn raise money this year. As we come back to it, though, Vorianen and Gage Gonzalez, Vil. I'm gonna go with Vil and Gage fighting it out. We're P11 right now. Gage Gonzalez nudging out so far, but has the outside line. Able to shoot down quick. Can he hold on to it? Hey, Florian. I just said you left the race, man. That's all. I can't tell who did what. I mean, sitting here and the camera angles are a little wonky. I don't know exactly what caused the incident. I just know you guys door banged, and I was sad to see you leave. But I did some great racing today. Thank you, and I hope you come back and join us. Stick around for season 6. Gage Gonzalez going to hold on to that P11 for now. Philipp Ballawender opening the gap back to Stefan Waldhauser now, about 10 seconds. Jonathan Seville continues to close that gap down. It's opened back up a little bit. It had gotten as low as 13, then dropped to 14 seconds. So now about 12. So that's coming back. Gasolina spun and in the gravel. I'm afraid we might lose Gaz. I hope you feel better, buddy, if you have decided you are done for the day. Gaz just sitting. Maybe hardware this time, as he now drops to P10 as John Gixer comes around. Gasolina now into the pits. Like I said, I think we're going to end up losing Gaz. It's a shame, but I understand if he's not feeling well. Chris Moses got around Lewis Ricard earlier, but that gap not opening up as quickly as I thought it might. We'll keep an eye there. Things quite a bit calmer now out on track. Drivers having spread out. Christian Winkler yellow flagged, and it looks like a little damage on the front of that car. No problem, Gaz. Like I said, man, I understand. I wish you could finish out, but I get it. If you're not feeling well, probably the right move, right? So, excellent job today, though. Feeling that number 67 card getting slowed down there. See, bouncing some curbs. Now Alfonso has been able to close up a gap. Maybe possibly make a play for P11. Little spread happening there with trying to clear some traffic. We check in with Jonathan Seville. cameraman can keep up. I love when my timer goes all crazy like it is right now with Andre Dixon Chen. Battle between Ville, Braga, and Alfonso continues as we get some contact there. Alfonso able to take up P12 over Braga. Now those guys dropping back with that contact, dropping them back off the back end of the number 67 car. Bit of a hiccup there. Whoa, Chris Moses, Lewis Ricard coming back together as we scroll up and down the list. Timothy Glendenning and David Collins also battling it out. I don't think we've had a single pass today without some kind of door banging. I guess Rubbin's racing, but my goodness, guys. Goodbye. Lewis Ricard able to take back P20 from Chris Moses. We'd seen those two pass each other earlier. Again, just interesting that it's and most of them very harmless. You know, I wouldn't call it innocent, but very harmless. A little door bang here, door bang there. But it's just been difficult to have a pass today that was completely clean. A little strange. Oliver Jones is showing yellow and a contact. You know, I love these events. I love that we as a league do these events. I think it does make things difficult. A lot of unknown drivers out there on track. A lot of regular drivers that we can look at and we can say, yeah, I know how this guy races, and I know how this guy races, and I know races, and we can follow them, right? But then when you get the unknowns of the new drivers, and which don't misunderstand, that's not a complaint. I love new drivers. I want us to keep bringing in new drivers to the league. But I think it's always difficult. I think it's one of the reasons pubs are so, you know, public lobbies are so hard. It's not because the drivers are all idiots in public lobbies. Yes, there are some out there that are, you know, that have picked up the game for the first time, the sim for the first time, and said, I'm going to do this on a controller or on my keyboard, and they don't care about the carnage. They don't care about their essay. They don't care about those things. I'm not saying those people don't exist, but I think one of the biggest problems with pubs is not the fact that you have that many of those people out there. I think it's more, you put a whole bunch of drivers together that have never driven together before, and that those kind of things are going to happen. Where I think it's nice in the league here where we come together and you get to learn those fellow drivers. I know after watching these races, I know who can do what, who's going to have a problem, who's maybe going to cause a problem, and who's going to be very consistent. So I like how that comes together for the most part in league racing, and I think more the merrier. So let's get it going. Jeremy Kubic now holding off Pavel Morev, or was holding off Pavel Morev. Morev able to get clean into P31 in the number 250 car. Number 67 and 7 coming back together downhill. Alfonso just making the shot right up the inside. Wow, taking up P11. See, we finally got a clean pass. I just had to call them out. I don't mean specifically from those two. I just mean in general, we finally got a clean pass. That's a good thing. Yannick Kurtz closing the gap on Andre Dixon Chen, so we may get a battle for P5 here, or it's going to close really fast. I'm not even able to click on it before things come together. Take a quick look again at that position delta. Philip Ballawender and team up 40 spots on the day. Waldhauser up 4. Jonathan Seville up 39 spots. My goodness. Emil Tara up 28. Vil, well, the number 67 car currently being driven by Vil, up 21. Again, guys, I apologize. I just don't want to butcher names. I know my weaknesses. Yannick Kurtz hold it on the outside. Now is going to get that inside line. Yannick Kurtz able to secure P5 around Andre Dixon Chen just like that. Louis Ricard, Chris Moses deciding it's time to battle again. And another for P12, Alan Braga getting around Vil in the number 67 car. As the Astons look to fight each other. Porsche's battling each other, Astons fighting each other. You think they're just trying to get along with each other? The gap between number 21 of Stefan Waldhauser and the number 27 of Jonathan Seville continues to shrink slowly but surely. Down to 9.5 seconds now. We started out with this around a 23-second, 25-second gap. So again, it's coming together slowly. It's going to take some time. And now Daniel Monaf pulling a drive-through. We'll wait for him to clear that. Thank you, Gaz. I don't get penalty flags in the overlay. Andre Dixon Chen white flagged, going a little slower than expected on track. Yilmonov staying out right now. Let's get down here and take a look at Harold Lightingdale. And Thiago Alves in the number 103 car. Thiago closing up on the back end of the Audi of Lightingdale. Looks like the next round of pit stops will begin soon. As Wefar drops into the pits. Chris Moses now under pressure from Retro Coffin. Moses with a frustrating race today. Down 12 spots so far. Now, did Wayfar pull a penalty as well? No. Okay. Very quick stop. Seemed very fast, so... Chris Moses, Lewis Ricard, these guys just keep coming together. Retro Coffin there now, and Coffin yellow flagged along with... Oh! Coffin out in the grass along with Nicholas Webfar. Contact between the two of them. We're gonna go back a little ways here and see where how this got started. Let's keep focus on Coffin. See if we can pick this up. Obviously a lot of traffic right here. Easy to make a mistake somewhere. Coffin with the slide. Oh, and scoops up Webfar there. That's what happened. So unfortunately, kind of hard there. He was really too close to react, meaning Nicholas Webfar in that number 777 car. Really way too close to react. Retro Coffin having to drop back to the pits. But another one of those cases of throwing himself out there as opposed to getting scooped up by someone else. Christian Winkler now into the pits in P10. Lightingdale and Thiago Alves back together. Gixer into the pits. Andre Dixon Chen really screwing up my timing here. That 1600 second gap, which is not true. Jonathan Zaville now closing the gap to Waldhauser to about 7 seconds. Jumped a lot there. Harold Lightingdale having a good race today, and team having a good race, up 12 spots on the day. Mike Jackson now rolling out of the pits in P13. As Thiago Alves looks for opportunity here. Hasn't been able to find one yet. Lightingdale making that Audi very wide around here at Kyalami. And apparently has forgotten his blinker is on. Or maybe he's telling Alves, don't try it on the inside. I don't know. $6.15 Porsche of Mike Patrick, currently running in 25th. Up 11 spots on the day, though. Can't complain too much. Harold Lightingdale, Thiago Alves continue to battle it out. Another driver goes off track. Well, Retro, I mean, we talked about this at the start of this race. We started out today with 45 drivers. We're currently down to 40. But I gotta say, you know, again, you look at a Spa or you look at a Paul Ricard. You know, you're getting up into close to the 2 minute, over the 2 minute range on lap times. Drivers have an opportunity to spread out. Kyalami is a 1 minute 40 track. 45 drivers on a 1 minute 40 track. There's not a lot of space. There's just not a lot of space. Now, granted, let's be fair and turn some of that over to people being a little anxious, a little jumpy. They push where they shouldn't. They miss a break point. Mistakes happen, but point being is, if you're in constant traffic because the back markers are almost immediate, right? I mean, we've seen 139 today, a lot of 140s, a lot of 141s. We've also seen some 144s and 145s. It's not going to take a lot of laps to start having to drive in traffic already, right? With that being said, yeah, I can understand where the frustration might come in on a track this short with this many drivers of this disparate of abilities. I myself personally probably wouldn't even race in a race like this for Box3 or for anyone else, because I would probably be more of a hazard than I would be worth. And not because I would be willy-nilly slamming into people, more just because of my pace. I wouldn't be able to keep up with the top drivers or anywhere near it. Therefore, you know, they're going to catch me quick. They're going to get impatient. I'm going to get nervous, and it's going to be a bad time all around. Lighting Dale now opening the gap over Thiago Alves by about a second and a half. Again, folks, here coming around to the top of the hour. Race just about halfway over, 2 hours and 38 seconds left to go as Lightning Dale heads now into the pits. Those pit stops are going to start rolling. I am going to step away once more. Once an hour. Just take a little break. I got to go put a sweatshirt on this time. A little chilly. So I'm going to go do that. I'm going to leave you all in the capable hands of our fantastic, sometimes, most of the time, kind of sort of autopilot. And I ask that all of you stick around, because 2 hours of racing will continue right here at Box3 Motorsports. And we will ensure that you get to catch every second of the action. Please, by all means, stay with us as we keep our eyes focused right here at Kyalami. Be right back. Yannick Kurtz now into the pits with Andre Dixon Chen moving up into fourth. Pitting a little later this time. Louis Ricard, Chris Moses battling back here. G21 again. You guys come together a lot today. A few nudges from each. Overall, good battling as Iago Alves heads into the pits as well. Jonathan Seville, Stefan Waldhauser now into the pits as well. Luis Ricard able to hold on this time, actually catching up on the back end of Christopher Flores. Glendenning now out of the pits in the number 2 car. So currently, Philip Ballawender staying out, Andrew Dixon Chen staying out, back up into P2. Gage Gonzalez into the pits, Alexander Goltsev into the pits, Justin Sheffer moving up into P5 now. And I guess it's just that P5 timer that's going to continue to do that to us throughout the rest of this race. Perfect. Camille Taha heading in, currently P9. As I said, now down to really Tobias Gable still out in P14, has not gone in for that second pit stop yet. But now, I'm Not Jimmy back in the number 5 car. But Philip Ballawender and Andrew Dixon Chen, the only 2 drivers not to head in for that second pit stop, as Andrew Dixon Chen heads in now. Goltsev and Richards coming together right out of the pits. A penalty for the number 63 card, driven by Sebastian Winkler, now clear on a drive through. Nathan Richards, the number 72 car, they've cleared their pit stop today. Now, we talked about this at the beginning of today's race. Blaine Hall, along with Jonathan Seville, now sitting on the podium with over half the race gone, up 39 spots on today. Justin Sheffer and Kurtz up 4, get themselves up into 4th. Now, what's amazing about that is the fact that they got scooped up in lap 1 in an incident, knocked way back. So that +4 on the positions is a little inaccurate. We talked about both these teams at the beginning of this race, and I told you they were going to run hard. Blaine Hall and Seville not even qualifying for today's race, opting to start from the back. and now sitting P3. With only a 5-second gap up to Andreas Kleinwacher. That gap opening up now as Kleinwacher gets out on track. Philip Ballewender, no change there. Philip Ballewender coming out of the pits in first along with Kleinwacher in second. And take a look here. Pit stop 2 for these teams. So about 1:08 for Kleinwacher in the pits. We talk about Hall and Seville for that change, about a 108. 108.4 to 108.7. So a little bit faster for Hall coming back out on track from the pits. Now only 2 laps into the stint. They both went in at the same time. We'll have to wait for those average lap times and see if this 5.4 second gap is going to close down at all. Right now, though, Florian Engels, Sebastian Winkler coming together. Don't forget, Blaine Hall holds that fastest lap today by about half a second over his competition up here towards the front. Engels able to hold on. Winkler not ready to give up yet, though. Flores and Moses back there for P19 coming together. We've also got Pete Davidson, Louis Ricard getting around Peter Davidson. Now Christopher Flores and Chris Moses. Elias Gable coming together with the number 5-9 car. Driven by Rob Walker. GNMC2, thank you so much as Chris Moses gets position over Christopher Flores. Thank you for that subscription. Much, much appreciated. Hello, Crispy Chris. Welcome in. I don't know what that says, but I appreciate the little heart emoji there. That's nice of you. Thank you. Let's catch up here to Pete Davidson, though, with Chris Moses and Christopher Flores right there behind him. Oh, it's your friend's name. Okay, perfect. Car number 6. Excellent. We will take a look here for you in just a moment and check in with them. Right now, we got to stick right here and see. Oh, Chris Moses, a shot deep into the corner. Doesn't look like that. Yeah, that wasn't going to work at all very well. And that did allow Christopher Flores to tighten that gap back up. Flores was starting to fall back a little bit, but Chris Moses going for the whole shot and not able to hold on. Now going very wide. as he rolls through Ingwe. Down the hill into the kink for another round. Thank you, Crisps. Much appreciated. Stick around. Hang out with us. We are here for the entire race. Hour and 43 minutes left to go. Peter Davidson in the 122 Audi. Moses floating up the outside now. Moses very fast up the outside. Flores able to sneak around with him. Peter Davidson will drop the P20 off that. Peter Davidson probably happy to have a little bit of a break. Tobias Gable about 3 seconds back from there. Right now, though, I'm Not Jimmy coming under pressure from Mike Jackson. Jimmy looking to hold on through turn 2. So at least one more round of pit stops to go here, right? Now, according to Gaz in the chat, Philip Ballawender is driving on a wet map. I don't know why, but Kleinwacher has not been able to close that gap up very much. It's held around 12 seconds throughout this stint, and we did want to take a look, though, now that we have some average times in between Kleinwacher and we talked about Blaine Hall in third. That gap now down to 3.6 seconds. Has continued to shrink throughout this race. Hall's average laps, they've been out for 6. Again, both these guys into the pits at the same time. As we hold on, get it back over here to Byron Thompson and Alexander Gray. Fighting for P13 right now. But looking at this across the 6 laps that they've been out for this third stint, 141.485 from Blaine Hall and a 141.997 from Andreas Kleinwacher. So about a half-second gap there to the good for Hall. So really just got to stay consistent with looks like some contact right there between Thompson and Gray. Yes, there was a little bit of a nudge. Gray backing off on that as we catch back up with I'm Not Jimmy and Mike Jackson battling it out. But Blaine Hall really just needed to maintain consistency, close the gap to Kleinwacher, put Seville back in the car. Now you have to wonder, let's throw one more into the mix and looking at this with the number 23 car. We talk about Ballawender. Ballawender, let's just wait a moment for the average laps to show up here. Gray has once again closed up on the back end of Thompson for P13. So here we go. So Ballawender right now running a 141.923. So again, about a half a second back off of Hall. So hour 38. I mean, really, Hall's got to get around Kleinwacher. We did see the pace that Seville can carry. And knowing that that's the case, as Nathan Richards sits parked off track trying to get going again. But anyway, Ballowinder's either going to have to go back to the stock map, to map 1, and start putting in faster lap times. Or Blaine Hall is going to make a play, I think, by the end of this race. Just trying to see here. The focus on Hall. Yeah, so... Now the gap to... We're looking at about a 15-second gap. Now, it was coming down. It had started out around 17 seconds after the pit stops. Came down to around 15 seconds. Has opened back up to 16. So we'll just keep an eye on those 3 drivers and see where this kind of lands between Ballowender, Kleinwich, and Blaine Hall as Andre Dixon Chen takes up P5 over Alexander Goltsev. And Glendino in the chat says number 2 Lambo is out. Internet connections. Ah, that's bad. Hate when that does that. Andre Dixon Chen putting himself back up into the top 5 as Byron Thompson and Alexander Gray continue to battle for P13 back here. Team Thompson up 2 spots on the day. No doubt not wanting to give one up at this point of the race. Great with the inside line on that Porsche, though. Great move there. Nice and clean up the inside. We're going to have another deep shot. Oh, not quite enough. Thompson having to back out of that one. Luis Ricard now and Chris Moses. Moses just not quite able to match that pace and close that gap completely so far. Ricard doing a good job keeping that number 66 car very wide, but same time, again, Chris Moses just not able to quite close that gap up and find an opportunity in one of these corners. We started the day with 45 drivers, 45 teams, now down to 38. Some internet connection issues. Checking on Jimmy and Jackson. Yeah, not everybody had internet connections. Retro, I get it. Number 6 car killed you. Well, but hold on. Wait. Hold on. Are you talking about earlier in the race, or are you talking about when you had to retire? Because when you had to retire, you spun yourself, right? I'm recalling. And then as you were sliding off track, you gobbled up someone else. But no, there were certainly a fair number of incidents today, particularly in lap 1. And there have been several since then. Some, you know, honestly, a lot of the contact that we saw today was to... A lot of the contact we saw was door banging. It wasn't malicious. It was hard racing, a little bit of door banging, and sometimes that resulted in a bad outcome. For the most part, when we've seen that, though, it hasn't been horrible. But there were some pretty heinous incidents today, some missed break points, things of that nature, so... Okay, gotcha. But every one of these incidents, folks, please report them on SimGrid after the race. Have your teammate do it while during the race. The stewards need something to review. Kleinwacher with contact with the number 122 car. Blaine Hall closing to within 2 seconds now. That number 122 car, a back marker of Peter Davidson. Gotcha. Okay. I don't think we caught that one. Ricard and Moses once again. These guys can't leave each other alone today. Lane Hall now within 1.8 seconds of Andreas Kleinwacher. Gap continues to work its way down. Now, I will say the gap up to Ballowender, however, between Hall and Ballowender is staying right now pretty stable, right around that 15-second mark total, as the 463 car is stopped on track of Daniel Vercosa. Oh, and backwards on track at that. At least in a decent spot, able to get spun around and get moving again. Well, Cakes with the sub. Thank you much, sir. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. How was your 12 hours yesterday? I was going to cover that race and ended up not doing it. I had too much other stuff going on. Louis Ricard holding on by the skin of his teeth. Well, Glendino, hopefully you're right there, and we can have a good season 6. I would love a very clean season 6 after some of the races of season 5. So nice, man. Good to hear. Very good to hear. If I wouldn't have been up and moving so much, I probably would have come and watched you guys. I got to tune into the main one for about 10 minutes at one point, and that was it. So some battles forming up here in the top 10. Camel Taha taking over Nathan Richards' spot. Camille Taha, Nathan Richards coming together. Jimmy in the number 5 car. Mike Jackson was closing in. Now that's opened up a little bit. Keeping an eye up front though. Blaine Hall now within 1.3 seconds of Andreas Kleinwacher. Are you talking about yesterday? Well, yeah, I didn't get to see the end of it. I'll have to go back and watch it at some point. I'm still watching the IRL 12 Hours of Sebring, so... because I watch some of it every morning. Yeah, I heard there was some netcode wonkiness yesterday. So Camille Taha getting around, taking up P9 over Nathan Richards and then just opening it right up. That gap already at 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Jimmy holding on to P7 over Mike Jackson. Oh, well, but I have to be honest, I don't know the Mike Jackson, but it could be the Mike Jackson. That's entirely possible. Blaine Hall now under a second behind Andreas Kleinwacher. Oh, good to go. Right now, Mr. Mike Jackson is in the process of trying to chase down not Jimmy. As the number 69 car stays well and clear, letting these guys battle it out. Taking a look up front in the top three. The gap up to Baloin are now down to about 14 seconds for Hall, so it has come down just a little bit. Now Blaine Hall closing in on Andreas Kleinwacher. Jump up front to Kleinwacher now as we watch Blaine Hall take him on. Once again, dipping toes into the grass. There has been no shyness with this today. Now down to that 3/10, and this is where hopefully things stay clean. Blaine having a little bit of trouble today in some of his passes, little missed break points, things of that nature. So Moon Necessities, I don't know who that is. I think I know who that is, but I don't know for sure who that is. Is that my man Moons? The number 33 car looks to get out of the way. A door bang in there, but there's the pass. Blaine Hall takes up P2 in this race, having started from the back. I don't know that was the best place to go for it, given the traffic, but given, again, how much traffic there has been on this track today, I also am not 100% sure that it was even avoidable. It is Moons. What's up, buddy? That's my man right there. That's my boy Moons. It's been a minute, Moons. Hope you're doing well, sir. Race is going fantastic today. Justin second, Lewis Ricard now. Second with the squeaker, Lewis Ricard trying to hold on. Chris Moses right there in the back in a three-way battle for P16. All of a sudden, it is on like Donkey Kong. Jimmy taking back over from Mike Jackson. Jackson had gotten into P7. Now Blaine Hall, though, the gap opened back up during that pass. So again, the battling slowed him down a bit, but Blaine Hall now has an hour and 22 minutes to play with to catch Philippe Ballewender. Jimmy and Mike Jackson continue back. Nathan Richards, Sebastian Winkler fighting it out for P10 right now. Winkler, no doubt, would love getting into the top 10. Just out of the top 10 for this. As Jimmy and Jackson continue their fight for P7. Taking a look again at that position delta today. Ballewender and Hall both started from the back of this race and are now leading it in first and second. 40 positions gained. I'm Not Jimmy up 37. Camille Taha up 34. Alexander Gray up 20. I made Tobias Gable up 20 spots today. Unbelievable the amount of position change we have seen during the course of this race. Jackson going to have the inside line going into T2. Not enough. Nathan Richards, Sebastian Winkler coming back together. Andreas Kleinwacher closing back up on Blaine Hall. So Hall backing off and Kleinwacher able to take that spot back. Wow. You know, given the pace that we've seen, the average lap times between these two drivers, really figured that once Hall secured the position, he was going to be able to hold on to it. But that is obviously not the case, and Kleinwacher has decided he wants P2. The problem Blaine has right now, because again, I keep going back to those average lap times. Between the top three drivers, Blaine has the fastest average lap time. That team has also set the fastest lap for this race, okay? The problem he has is the longer he keeps playing tiddlywinks with Kleinwacher, the further away Ballewender gets. He really needs to get ahead and stay ahead, get some clean air, get out of traffic if he wants any hope. And again, an hour and 20 minutes left. It's a long time, but 17 seconds is a long gap. Don't give away my secrets. Well, come on, Phil. What are you doing? Pavel Morev looks like slowed down on track. Dave Collins taking up P22. Like the number 66 car coming together with Alexander Gray and Louis Ricard. Jimmy and Mike Jackson again. Thank you, Phil. Have yourself a great week, rest of your weekend, my man. This battle just looking to continue throughout the rest of this race. I mean, it's going to take the pit stops to break these guys up at this point. Yeah, Jimmy's really been maintaining the consistency again, making the car as wide as possible, not allowing a lot of opportunity. Now we're gonna get spun up with a little bit of traffic here, but wow! Does Mike have the inside line and can he hold it? Finally shot his shot, and there you have it. Mike Jackson able to take up P7 for now. These guys really tanked. I mean, really together on pace. We're trying to take a look now that this is broken up just a little bit. Great battle to watch, and I'm sure. I'll be absolutely honest with you, Gix. I don't think it's over either. I don't think that's the last we've seen. The question I do have is this the last we've seen of Blaine Hall and Andreas Kleinwacher? Tobias Gable pulling a drive-through? EG, what's up with that, my man? I only ask because I know he's in the chat. He'll type and drive at the same time, I'm sure. Are we done watching Blaine Hall and Andreas Kleinwacher? Hall able to open up to about a 1.5 second gap, 1.3, 1.5. It's kind of been holding steady right there. So now, again, as I said before, the longer Blaine has to play games, which at this point he's out of danger, 1.5 seconds, he really should be looking for that clean air to try and catch Ballawender. But Kleinwacher's not really letting the gap open too far either. So is he kind of just trying to hold pace, waiting for the next round of pit stops, or is he going to push up and try and go again? Now for P14, Byron Thompson, Nicholas Wevfar. Tightening things up for us. One thing for sure, there's no, we talked earlier regarding the number of cars, the number of teams on track, the number of cars. Starting this race off with 45 drivers for 45 teams. Being the length that Kyalami is, again, not a lot of room to get clear of traffic at any point on this track. I have to say, one thing it has, I think, helped with is it has kept the action flowing throughout the entirety of the 2 hours and 45 minutes that we've run so far. There is action somewhere on this track the entire time, to the point, you know, the first hour of the race, it was impossible to keep up with it and just to keep focus on across the entire thing. And I do also think that contributed to some of the incidents we saw today, things of that nature, so. Looking at it right now, this gap is continuing to open between P1 and 2, up to 18 seconds now. So I don't know. I mean, again, even still with over an hour to go, hour and 12 minutes. Blaine Hall's really Blaine Hall or let's be fair, teammate Seville are gonna have to pick up the pace here if they're gonna close that down. This last round of pit stops is really gonna be telling. When the drivers head in, when they make that swap, if they make that swap. See something here. If we talk about Hall and Seville. Now, Ballwinder is single driver, I believe, today. Yeah, Ballwinder is single driver today, no teammate. Blaine Hall running with Jonathan Seville. So taking a look, during Seville's stint, 37 laps run, these guys have both run 37 laps during their first two stints. Seville with a 141.695 average across 37 laps. 141.695. All in stint 3 with a 141.712. In stint 1, a 142.397. So let's think about this. Seville faster. Right now, only by about 1/10 between his stint and this second stint from Blaine Hall, only by about a 1/10. But that 1/10 could be what it takes when we talk about Ballwinder and that timing. 141.705, the 712 of Blaine Hall, but the 695 of Jonathan Seville. So maybe Seville takes this car over and is really able to close up that gap. And right now, Blaine Hall just needs to focus on, don't let it get any bigger. Don't let that gap expand any further right now. Get Jonathan in the car, see what he can do in the last hour. And you know what? Maybe I'm completely backwards in that thing, but that's what I'm seeing. Looking at the times here, that's what I'm seeing. The other thing to think about, Kleinwacher, this stint, 142.040 for lap times. His teammate, Waldhauser, 142.266. So I don't see these guys being able to keep up to the guys that are running in the 141 averages. Blaine Hall right now on the last lap, about a 1/10 to the good against Ballwinder. Hopefully that continues, or I should say Mr. Hall probably hopes that continues. Nicholas Vedfar looking to get spun back around. That corner has played more grief and aggravation with people today than I think anywhere else on this track. And with things having calmed down for now, I am going to look to take my last break of the session. Again, folks, thank you so much for being here, for joining me on track today. You're watching Box 3 Motorsports. Don't go away. The last hour of racing is coming up here in just a few moments. We got at least one more round. We got one more round, hopefully just one more round of pit stops to get through. Gonna jostle things all over the place. And we'll be continuing to keep an eye on that. I would rather take this break now so that I'm here for pit stop season once it begins. But before I go, don't forget, Random Race Roulette every Thursday at 9 p.m. UTC. It's about 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Track, weather, time, and temps randomly selected 30 minutes prior to the race. And it's fun. I was there for the first one. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. So be sure and check that out over at Box 3 Motorsports Discord channel. Season 6 for PC ACC and Season 7 for Xbox ACC starting in April. Be on the lookout for qualifications for that, or sign-ups over at SimGrid. As I said, please stick with us here. The last hour of racing is coming. And no doubt, I think we could end up with a burner here towards the end between Philip Ballawender and Blaine Hall or Jonathan Seville. Going to come down to this last stint, this last set of pit stops. So as we get ready for that, stick around. I will be right back. And I see as I return, the pit stops have begun. The start of the last hour of this race. Some of our top 10 already in 3 times. I'm not sure when they took them, though. Possibly while I was away, possibly not. But drivers starting to head in at this point. Philip Balawander continues to lead over Blaine Hall. Again, that gap sitting right at about 18 seconds. Hasn't really expanded a whole lot in the last few minutes as we come into this last hour of race. It's going to be interesting to see one. You know, again, we saw pit times, very spread out pit times for these guys, for some of these guys, mainly Team Hall and Seville with an extra 7 seconds at one point. That's obviously going to cost them. And then we need to talk about not only how that pit stop goes, but Seville's time based up against Balawander's time, and how that's going to play out in the last stint of this race. Alexander Gray with a little bit of trouble. Number 67 Porsche. Oh, I don't know who that was, but we obviously have somebody off track as well. Let me see here. It looks like Arthur Fontaine, the number 77, getting spun around now. Again, even this deep into the race, drivers struggling with some of these corners at Kyalami. Top 6 drivers all still needing that pit stop. Wayne Hall staying out for at least one more. Coming up next weekend, folks, stick around. Box 3 Motorsports. First of all, on Saturday, April 1st, the Xbox side presents M2 Madness. That's right. These guys are headed out for a spec race event. 3 races on 3 tracks revealed during the drivers' meeting. So there will be a 10-minute practice followed by a 20-minute sprint race at each track. There will be no qualifying. Random starting order. Again, that's on the Xbox side. I hope Matt is able to stream this one, because I can't. I don't have an Xbox anymore. I really hope he's able to stream that. That sounds like a fun event happening again April 1st. 7 p.m. UTC or 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you're a member of Box 3 and an Xbox driver, be sure and get signed up on SimGrid for that. And Sunday, April 2nd, we are back for 2 hours of racing at Laguna Seca. No pit window. Single 120-minute race. Up to 2 drivers for this one. So another team event. 20-minute free practice followed by a 20-minute qual and a 120-minute race. That again will happen at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time right here at Box 3 Motorsports. You'll be able to watch that one. Man, I hope Matt can stream that M2 race. That sounds like a lot of fun. Justin Sheffer now into the pits, dropping to P5. Andre Dixon Chen rolling up into P4 now. Still a pit stop to be made, though. $108 laps down so far. Oh, 1 second. 1 second. Anderson, I don't know why you're not. We'll fix that later. Let me go grab it for you, though. There we go. Oops, and I screwed that up. So take that last, let me do it again, because I hit a button. There we go. That second link will get you to the sign up for the 2 hours at Laguna Seca coming up next Sunday. And while we're being fair, we're going to throw it out there, too, for any console drivers. There you go. Make sure you get that one in there, too, for Xbox drivers. We want everybody to join in. My goodness, you guys plan stuff and you don't tell anybody, Anderson. It's driving me nuts. Multi-class mini-series events starting on April 9th. GT4s, Super Trofeos, and Ferrari Challenges. You got 3 cars to pick from there. Let's check out the races for this season. Starting off at the Nürburgring, Imola, and then at Spa on April 23rd. So everybody get yourselves in for that. Well, blue would be wrong. You tell Blue I said that. Multi-class racing, we should be covering that here on the channel as well. Andre Dixon Chen in through the pits for his final stop to reset that timer. Looks like he just rolled straight through, no stop time. Oh, drive-through. Sorry, I apologize. Drive-through penalty for Chen. So he's still going to have to make another pit stop here at the end of this race, or before the end of this race. Ballawender, Blaine Hall, Kleinwacher, Goltsev, all still needing to go in. Yannick Kurtz back in the number 3 car. Taking over from Justin Scheffer. Tobias Gable and Niklas Wevvar fighting back here. Gable looking to hold on to that P17. Nicholas trying up the inside. Another spun vehicle. Nathan Richards, Byron Thompson fighting for P12. Niklas Webfar able to take up P17 from Tobias Gable. Aaron Thompson would love to take one more position from Nathan Richards. We clear a penalty for number 67 car. Track limits wreaking havoc on folks today. And it's no wonder the number of tires we've seen dipped into the grass during the course of this race. And not always with the best outcome when it happened either. Another car spun. Wow. I believe that was Camille Taha, the number 7 car. Nope. Possibly. Andreas Kleinwacher now headed into the pits, currently P3. Let's watch that pit time, see what happens here. We're waiting for Alexander Goltsev to come around. Lots of time here. And apparently Andre Dixon Chen is 60 laps down. I can't figure that out. Actually, whoever's in P5 is 60 laps down apparently today. Kleinwacher's still sitting in the pits. And now Waldhauser taking over in that car and is headed out. Looks as though we'll maintain P3. But that gap has shut down a little bit now. About 7, it's going to come out 7-8 seconds. Actually going to open up even more as Goltsev now quite a bit back. So Waldhauser, huge gap there. And another spin-off track right there. Now, the only other thing, too, Blaine Hall, now headed into the pits, had a nice long gap back to Waldhauser. Villavoren and Chris Moses coming together. Goltsev losing position to Yannick Kurtz and falls out of the top 5 while in the pits. So look at these lap times. I mean, Ballwinder right now has nothing to worry about. Blaine Hall in the pits, and that gap continuing to open up right there. Question will be is whether or not Waldhauser can get around and get ahead of Hall before they can get back out. Seville taking over the car, now headed out of the pits. The Waldhauser may have opportunity here coming out of the final corner, but Seville already out. The gap isn't going to be that wide, though. It's going to be about how it's going to be all about pure pace here at the end. Less than 10 seconds on the gap. Now the question becomes, right over here. The 106.6 on the pit stop for Hall and Seville. We look at the previous pit stops for Ballwinder. Ballwinder out 105.3 last time. The first pit stop was at 108.2. Andre Dixon Chen now heading in to serve that final pit stop. And it will come down to when Ballwinder pits. A 73-second gap now. Looking at the lap times, I mean, they're going to come out. They should tuck in within about 5 to 10 seconds, I think, I want to say. So Yannick Kurtz now up into P4. Andre Dixon Chen hits that final pit stop. Again, this team up 4 spots today after getting knocked back quite a bit in the first lap. Able to claim all of it back and then some. I wouldn't wonder if I don't wonder if we wouldn't be seeing Kurtz and Scheffer at the front of this race had they not gotten caught up in lap 1. So Seville back in charge of that number 27. Ballawender now heading into the pits. So this is where we're going to go to keep our eyes open and see just how close Seville gets before Ballawender comes back out. No matter what, both of these teams have to be, well, Ballawender by himself, but both of these drivers have got to be ecstatic today. Up 40, both of them up 40 spots on the day. A last to first run, if I ever did see one. Seville running downhill. Ballawender still sitting in the pits right now. Now coming out and heading down pit lane. But let's see where our gap lands as these drivers get back out on track. Seville not even around the last corner yet. So still going to be a decent sized gap there between these guys. Seville has opened the gap back to Waldhauser to about 10 seconds. 43 minutes left of racing to go. Blaine Hall, Jonathan Seville setting the new fastest lap of a 1:48.95. I believe that's the first 140 we've seen today during the race. So you're now about a 20-second gap between these cars. I don't know, 43 minutes is a long time, but I don't know that it's long enough to make up that kind of gap. And it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt that Philippe Ballawender, that total pit stop time was a 1:02.804. I think that's the fastest one we've seen today, as the number 77 car is spun on track once again. Getting back up to speed now. So the question really comes down to, what's the pace going to be? What's the pace difference going to be between Seville and Ballawender for the last 40 minutes of this race? I mean, let's be fair. Ballander's been super consistent today. No issues or concerns. No incidents, accidents, or allegations. You Welp needed to be around for that one. Couldn't have told me who said that. Point being is that gap is now greatly widened to the tune of about 4 seconds from where it was holding before. So, again, the opportunity for Seville to tighten this up is probably slim to none at this point. Anderson, you should be all set now to post links or anything, by the way. Goltsev now coming under pressure from Andre Dixon Chen. Number 200 Aston. Number 6 car, I'm sorry. Yeah, number 6 car and the number 24 stopped on track. What is going on? Bjornen and Wefvar meeting again. And another new purple lap for Jonathan Seville. 147.72. I mean, the gap is coming down, now down to 18 seconds. The question is, can it close fast enough? You know, Seville's got to maintain clean air. And we've talked already today about the amount of traffic on this track that's just, it's over the top. And so can he maintain, can he keep clean air and maintain the consistently faster and faster and faster laps that are going to allow him to close this gap? I'm not sure it's possible in 39 minutes. But Andre Dixon Chen able to move into P5 over Alexander Goltsev. Oh, and then spins it. Back that up. It did not look like contact to me. Yeah, it must have been. Right there, yeah, the 200 car. Made contact with the number 200 car. And it looked like maybe scooped someone else up right there. That will be one for the stewards. Hard to tell from that angle who turned into who.
I'm here in the voice chat, Molson. I don't know if the stream can hear me or not, so.
They can. Who's this? Oh, there you are, Matt. What's going on?
It's Matty T.
There you are, Matty T.
What's your screen? So I don't know exactly what's going on, but I'm pulling up the stream on Twitch right now.
Yeah, I would send it to Discord, but when I did that earlier, I lost a lot of frames for some reason today. So
I'll be a few seconds behind, but I'll get the gist.
So Matt, how was your race, man? What car number are you in?
I'm teamed up with Mike Patrick in the 615, the Cal's Racing Porsche.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In orange, yeah.
Currently running. I like the livery, by the way. I really do.
I made that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
That is an excellent livery. No, it really isn't.
Actually, I shouldn't say I made all of it. My buddy actually collaborated with me because he knows how to draw flames and I don't. Okay. So he's the one that did the flames on the side, but the rest was me. Excellent.
No, it looks good, man. We commented on that during the practice when we caught up with the reviewing all the teams. So
yeah, cool.
Good job.
Cool.
So how are you feeling about your race today, Matt?
Honestly, I feel pretty good. I ran good, consistent laps. We're running pretty steady in the running order. Right now, Mike's running in 26. That's about where we've been, anywhere between 24, 26.
Okay.
Kind of got caught out by the early race start and started from the pits. So that put my first stint at a little bit of a disadvantage, but gave me a little motivation to push. So all in all, I think we're doing pretty good.
Excellent. Well, you guys are up 10 spots on the day from that pit start. So you've obviously gained position throughout this race.
Even from qualifying, I qualified 36 or 37. So yeah, I'd say overall it's been a fairly successful. This is my first endurance race, my first team event. So
oh, no kidding.
Yeah, for sure. And
excellent.
It's been a lot of fun. Really good, clean driving on track from being sat in the driver's seat for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know how the whole race has gone. Those guys fighting up front. But.
Yeah, there's been a few. I mean, it hasn't been completely horrible. Okay, there have been some incidents. Now again, I don't know about you, but we've seen more than once today a few of the corners here at Kyalami where drivers just absolutely decide to take all the curb, and it doesn't work out well, especially for these Porsches. These Porsches,
Porsches, they get a little. Sometimes they hook the backside of the curb and don't want to turn, and sometimes they hook the backside of the curb and want to turn before you want to. So I for sure in the Porsche, my goal was to keep the car in one piece for 4 hours. So I tried to be gentle with the curbs, but some of these fast guys, I was watching the stream, and so the usage of the track is much more extreme from some of these guys that are doing 40s and 41s than from us back here doing 44s, 45s.
Yeah. No, and I think we could see that, but again, a lot of drivers today catching those curbs and just hooking, and there we get another push. Oh my goodness! As Nicholas Wefar gets into a little altercation there, and Voronin able to step up to P16 again, and now Wefar going to be under pressure from Thiago Alves. Another drive-through for number 3. The drive-throughs have been deep today. Let's put it this way.
Okay.
There's been a lot. Let me go through here and just take a look. Yannick Kurtz and team, one drive-through there. The number 93 car with a drive-through. The number 63 car with a drive-through. The number 72 car with a drive-through, the number 24 car with a drive-through, 67, 188, Tobias Gable, which is a rare one right there. Number 219, Paul Morris. Number 428, John Ruland. That's a lot of drive-throughs.
Yeah, that's quite a few for a track that isn't known. You know, it's not Coda.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and that was my thought. Was this is not typically a track where you see.
It's fairly lenient with the track limits where you want it to be.
But
you get, you know, something like that curb. I'm sorry, I'm watching my stream at the same time. You know, the penultimate corner there, that curb on the inside can get a bit aggressive. If you hit it wrong, you end up out in the grass there.
Yep, we saw that more than once today.
You see they're coming through that first, and then if you're really pushing hard, that final corner, you can really kind of just push yourself wide.
Yeah, no, 100%. So it's obviously been an issue for a few folks today, as Vjornin, Wivfar, and Alves just keep trading back and forth here. But Jonathan Seville continues to smoke the purple laps. Oh my goodness, and the three of them just pile right up. Let's back that up real quick. Oh my lordy Lou. How do we have a pile up this late in the race? But check it out right here. All three of these guys coming together, coating the whole track, and it's gonna scoop up your co-driver. Just about scooped him up. I think I think Mike made it through clean.
I'm on it. Yeah, I'm on board with him, and I didn't see any carnage happen, so I think he made it through clean. But
looks like he got his way through. That was crazy. Wow.
Yeah, it looked like the Ferrari might have gotten into the back of the Porsche just a little bit and caused them both to kind of spin in opposite directions, and that third car there was involved as well.
Unbelievable. Nathan Richards, Alin Braga coming together now. But Jonathan Seville continued to lay down purples. But the problem is, we said it before, he's still 16 seconds back, right? And with only 32 minutes left to catch up. I mean, the gap is closing. Let's take a look here. So Balawinder right now across the 6 laps, we're looking at an average of 141.331. Seville 140.895. So he's got the pace. He's got a half a second on him. But it's
half a second pace.
Yeah, it's half a second a lap enough in 32 minutes.
For 30 minutes.
That'd be 15 seconds.
To make 15 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough.
No, because they're doing minute 40, so the best case is probably going to make up. He might get within 10 seconds for sure.
Yeah.
But that's going to be about the limit there, because 16 seconds at half a second a lap, he just doesn't have the time left, I don't think. Now I missed. How did the gap at the front get so big?
Part of it was pit times. Part of it was pit times.
Okay.
You know, Seville and Hall did have one. I think the first. Let me go back up here and look. I think the first pit stop ended up costing them a good bit, because you're talking about 115 on the first pit stop. If we talk about Balawinder, his first pit stop was a 108, so a 7-second discrepancy.
7 seconds. Okay.
Second pit stop 108 to 105, so a 3-second discrepancy there, right? So that's 10 seconds, and then the last
Another
one.
Drive through there at 63. I just saw pop up on my screen.
Perfect. And then the last one, again 102.8 to 106.6. So call that 4 more seconds. So you're talking about 14 of those 15 seconds that's splitting them right now were all pit stops.
Pit stop inefficiencies. And you know what? We talked about that at the final race of the season, and how that had carried through the season as a common theme of being a deciding factor in the points almost, with the pit stop times and who can stop the fastest.
Yeah, and Ultruit it was Blaine Hall in the chat saying they had about 15 seconds of damage to repair at one point. Okay. So that's definitely obviously going to hold you up. Where I want to say that Ballawinder's been running clean this whole race. I mean, you look at that Porsche still looks brand new. I don't see anything on it that would, Yep, number 63 clearing a drive-through penalty. One after another. Christian Winkler. That's that team's second drive-through today too. The team of Christian and Sebastian Winkler. Don't know if they are brothers. or father and son, but the drive-thrus are not helping them today. But still in the top 10 with 2 drive-thrus. So obviously doing something right out there. So guys, I assume you're watching him at somewhere, whether a stream or what have you.
What's that? I'm still just in the server, so I'm riding on board with.
No,
with
you're good.
Tarkana.
I was talking to Gaz in the chat saying that Ballowender's using the wet map, and now he flipped to map 8. Oh, I'm in the server. Okay, gotcha. So Ballowender toying with people up there running the wet map for a while. Now switching over to map 8. I mean,
he's got the room,
right?
Save the fuel.
The thing is, yes, he's got the room now because of where we're at in this point of the race, right? But if you think about it, if it wasn't 28 minutes, if it was an hour and 28 minutes left, he better be swapping it back to where he needs to be.
Yeah.
Because he does not have the pace to outrun Seville. He just doesn't. Seville has had the pace in this race all day
the whole
today.
Race.
The problem with that team, and feel bad for them, is they started from the back, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel bad for them. They did it on purpose. But my point being is, had they qualified, I really think this team of Hall and Seville, they'd be 45 seconds in front of the rest of the field.
Yeah.
And I said it during qual. You got to watch for these guys.
That boost that you can get being that fast on the first few laps before you hit traffic would have absolutely probably changed the way that went. So I wasn't sure. I had seen earlier that one of the top 5 teams there had made up 40 something positions on the day. So
both of them.
I'd assume maybe they got caught up with being started in the pits like we did.
Yeah, both of them. Ballowender started in the back, right? Hall and Seville started in the back. And to Petrol Racing in the chat, I'm not taking anything away from Ballowender. What I'm saying is I don't know Ballowender. This is his first race with us. So starting at the beginning of this, I would not have known that he could go from he could have gone up 40 positions today. What I'm saying is seeing that Ultra in the chat, Blaine was going to be driving that car and starting in the back, driving the number 27 car. I had a pretty good feeling what we were going to see from them. Again, that doesn't take anything away from Philip because I just didn't know him today. And Seville off track, that's going to hurt. Caught up with the number 55. Or I'm sorry, the number 59 car of Eric Carmody.
Oh, wow, that was close.
Yeah, I don't think there was contact. I think what might have happened was Seville had to run wide off to avoid contact. Byron Thompson now sitting at just ahead of Alan Braga. Looking to hold on. Tobias Gable picks up P20 with Morev into the pits. Now, this race has been interesting. We had some interesting conversations during the course of this race today, Matt. I don't know if you were watching or listening in at all, but...
I was watching, but it was muted.
Yeah, we were talking about the blue flags, and we were talking about headlight flashing and all kinds of stuff.
I ran most of my second stint with my left indicator on because it was.
Was that
I didn't realize my I didn't realize my teammate had it on when he went into the pits, and then I don't have a button mapped, so by the time I realized it, I had to fumble through, find the electronics menu in the MFD, and get it switched off, and without killing anybody or myself. But
I think we caught that at one point.
Yeah. I was like, it seems like people are having a tough time with the blue flag action right now compared to the first stint. And everybody was passing pretty clean. And so I again, not having indicators mapped, I rarely use them. I just make clear my intentions of where I'm going to let people by. I'm pretty good at getting lapped. I'm not good at lapping people.
Same here.
But I'm pretty good at getting lapped.
Yep,
So I've
same
got
here.
practice with it.
No, I think, the conversation centered around some folks in the chat saying the blue flags needed to get out of the way. To which I said, no, they don't. You need to make a clean pass, right? Which is true.
Mm-hmm.
That's the rules. That's GT3 racing. Now, there was comment that they were defending, right? If they're defending, that's a different story, right? No one should be defending. No one should be trying, no back marker should be trying to hold up someone else. 100% agree with that. And if that's the case, if they are doing that, it needs to be reported to the stewards so that penalties can be assessed. That said, though, this idea that back markers just get out of the way, that's wrong. That's not how this works.
As a perennial back marker, it's tough to, I try to be respectful and not hold you up, obviously.
Yep.
But, at the same time, if I'm trying to make up some time on the guy up the road and on me, I'm not going to just move over and lose 3 seconds a lap every time I'm getting passed by a pack of cars, So it's, this is kind of a tough track because it feels like it's really wide, except for all the really good passing zones. Where it's really wide, it's just a wide open sprint to the next corner. Everyone's kind of on the same power level, so it makes it tough sometimes to yield to the car behind you and not lose a lot of time.
Yep. David Collins throwing it into the back of the 424 of Nikola Musababek and tossing him off.
Oh, no,
I'm sorry. Musababek tossing in the back
Collins.
of, I'm sorry, hit the back of Collins. I had that backwards. So a little bit of toss up there now, about 3 seconds back. Some more off-track action. I think, guys, I don't know if drivers are getting tired or what the case might be, but I'm seeing a lot of yellow flags here happening at the end as the number 67 car heads into the pits. The damage looking pretty rough on the front end of that. Philip Balawender continuing to lead this race. Jonathan Seville about 17 seconds back. Sebastian
Did he lose some
Waldhaus.
pace, or did Balawender find some pace?
No, Seville got caught up. If you look in the chat, Fontaine, apparently it was a bad rejoin, and that was what we saw almost scoop up Seville at one point, and it slowed him down enough to where the gap opened back up. At its lowest point, I mean, it was steadily coming down and quickly, down to about 12 seconds, 12.8 seconds, and now it's back up to 17. So that was enough to throw it back. 128 O'Connor. Somebody wants to go on board with 128. I'm sorry, 428 O'Connor. Let me go find Kenny O'Connor. Currently running in P35. We will hold off on that onboard just until the start of the lap, and then we will get on there with him. More cars. The 219 car off track of Paul Morris. Ton of traffic. I mean, and I think the disparity in lap times, the shortness of the track, I'm not sure that Kyalami is a good track for an open endurance race.
I think it fares fairly well at an endurance race. I think Laguna Seca next week is going to more be an extended sprint race, is how it's going to feel, doing low 20s for lap times there.
Mm-hmm. Well, but understand, here's why I say this: 45 teams on the track to start this race, right? Now, if you are talking, Blue, don't tell me I'm wrong. You haven't even heard my justification about it yet. So saying I'm wrong is wrong on your part because you haven't even let me justify it yet. What I'm saying is, for an endurance race, I'm not saying Kyalami is a bad track. What I'm saying is 45 car grid, minute 40 lap times, except it's not minute 40 lap times. It's minute 40 lap times and minute 41 and minute 42 and minute 43 and minute 44 and minute 45 and some even minute 46, right? That causes a ton of traffic. When you have that much disparity between driver skills, I think on a shorter track, right? I think it's going to cause a problem. That's all I'm saying, right? And I think we witnessed that today a little bit. Okay. So am I saying Kyalami itself is a bad track? No, I'm not saying Kyalami itself is a bad track. What I'm saying is if you're not going to class drivers, if you're not going to do splits or something like that, I think these shorter tracks are bad for endurance. Listen, I think Brands Hatch would be great for an endurance track. Let's go. Let's go do Brands. right? I think any track can be great for endurance. I think where the issue comes in is the mixing of the different classes, the different skill sets or skill abilities of the drivers. You're going to have more incidents like we saw today.
I think that's a fair assessment, but I think when you look at the gap in the field, basically from the front to the back right now, I don't think it matters what track we were on. You're going to get this same type of lap time. I mean, it would have taken longer at a Spa.
Yeah.
But these guys would have been doing 16s versus, say, 24s. So there would have been an even bigger per lap disparity in lap time, I think.
Possibly. 100%. You know, I'm willing to accept that. I'm just saying it seems like today, I don't remember previous endurance events having this much shenanigans.
Yeah, saying I did 4 hours at Brands Hatch yesterday, and it's the worst.
Well, Gaz, why were you doing 4 hours at Brands Hatch? You were supposed to be getting better so you could do 4 hours at Kyalami today, not 2.5. Now I'm upset, Gaz.
Ow.
No,
Ow.
I just want Gaz to feel better.
Burning the gasolina.
Right? I just hope I got sick after it. Oh, you got sick afterwards. Okay. Well, I can understand why driving at Brands Hatch would make anybody sick. I enjoy the track, but most people tell me I'm wrong. Like Blue just told me I'm wrong. He just likes to tell me I'm wrong.
It's a fun track. I don't think it gets the respect that it deserves, to be honest with you.
I like Brands. That's me.
Yeah. I've been just to get a little bit more practice and learning more tracks. You know, not just picking what I want to drive. I've been doing the career mode here on ACC, just occasionally for fun, and so Brands Hatch features pretty heavily in the career mode, at least at the beginning of it.
Okay.
I do a lot of driving there, so I'm starting to reacquaint myself with that one.
Gotcha. I enjoy it. See, Wheezy Storm in the chat says Kyalami is terrible because he's bad at it. Or they're bad at it. That's a fair assessment. I mean, I don't know that for sure. Maybe they're really good at it. Probably better than me. Byron Thompson now getting caught up with Alan Braga. Oh, and Braga going yellow, so slowing down as he dips into the grass. But Chris Moses able to get ahead, take up P12. 17 minutes left to go here today.
Drive through for the 67 car.
Again?
Yeah.
I thought 67
Unless
just
that
got
recent.
one.
I just saw it pop up on my screen here.
Did you? Okay, well, that looks like they've already had one today, so that'll be number 2. As Chris Moses ties in on the back end of Byron Thompson for P11. We might have a play from Mike Jackson to move into the top 5, although he's going to have to deal with Andre Dixon Chen first. Christian Winkler now stopped and off track. The number 63 car. Actually just ahead of Thompson and Moses here. We'll see if they're able to get around, pick up a spot before Winkler gets himself spun. Doesn't look like it though. The gap opening back up. Moses continuing to apply pressure to Thompson. I get that, Blue, but those are professional race car drivers, not you in wearing your hockey helmet sitting in your garage. That's my point. Your skill, and I know you're not racing it, but your skill level versus, you know, follow under skill level, that disparity is going to create issues on a track this long.
Sorry, I missed the first half of that.
I was picking on Blue for sitting. I was picking on Blue for sitting in his garage with a hockey helmet on and driving a car.
I mean, to be fair, he has some technical issues with equipment.
Oh, no, I wasn't even
But-
picking on him about that. I was just saying, he said
okay.
Kyalami's a 9-hour enduro in real life, right? And I get that, but those are professional race car drivers, not him.
Professional race car drivers, and,
Yeah.
and there was only 17 of them this year in the 9-hour.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference there too, where there's just not as many. And to be
100%.
fair though, they do it as a mixed class where you've got pro-am drivers, and
Yep.
this year at the Kyalami, for the first hour they actually had some locals driving GT3 cars for an hour.
Okay.
So I'm sure that played a little bit of it, but yeah, towards the end of a 9-hour race, I mean, even here, how many cars do we have on the lead lap at the end of 4 hours here? 5?
3.
3. Okay, yeah. So I mean,
top 3 on the lead lap right now.
the top 3 are extremely fast. I was pretty happy that I think right now we're 3 laps off the lead, or we're 3 plus 3 laps, I think, which plus 2. So yeah, I'll take that.
Given some of the times
Not
these
too
drivers are
shabby.
setting, I think I'd be happy with that.
Oh, for sure.
Chris Moses continuing to apply pressure to Byron Thompson.
All right. Well, I wish you well, Molson. I am going to jump back in with my teammate here.
No problem, sir.
Just right on board with him and make sure everything's good
Good to
as
go.
we finish it out there.
Well, good luck
But
to you two.
thank you for
your
having me
race.
on again.
Absolutely. Good
Appreciate
luck
it.
to you two for the race, and we will talk to you
Thank
soon,
you.
no doubt.
Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. Matty T. Guys out rolling the 615 Yit Cows Racing. I don't know what Yit Cows are, but apparently Blue does. I do like the livery, though. It's pretty fancy looking. It is pretty fancy, so. And I know Blue has no responsibility for it, so that's even better. Number 66, Louis Ricard, now off track. Again, cars, and no contact there. No contact reported. So, again, drivers getting tired. What exactly might be going on here? We're seeing a lot of spinning here towards the end of this race. Moses just not willing to give up here at the end. Seville's brought it back down under 17 seconds up to Ballawender, but as was said in the chat, there's no way he's going to be able to close that down before the end of this race. Now just under 12 minutes left to go. Yeah, he's just spun out. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We're seeing a lot of that here at the end of this race today. A lot of spins, self-caused, not right? No, not incidents. We've seen some of those, but the point being is a struggle here at Kyalami. I don't know if the curbs are just playing with people's emotions or what it might be. We've seen more than one curb hook throughout the course of this race. I see that. Thank you, Gixer is coming down up here too. Goldsev running ahead of Mike Jackson, Andre Dixon Chen. Jackson getting ahead. Chen sneaking by. Goldsev, the number 200, going to slip back to P7 with that. So very quickly, that developed very fast as we were watching Thompson and Braga back here. Goldsev getting back ahead of Dixon. Now Dixon Chen and Goldsev having to dance back and forth. It's going to allow Mike Jackson to open that gap and get himself a top 5 finish for today. Seville now down to a 14-second gap up to Ballawender. Now under 10 minutes left to go today. Don't forget to join us back here next Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, for 2 hours at Laguna Seca. Get signed up as soon as you can for that. Get your practice laps in. It is going to be spicy in the desert. We'll see how much time people spend at the beach next Sunday. No doubt temperatures right where they should be for a nice day at the beach. You'll be able to watch that all starting here at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time next Sunday, April 2nd. Now Bryn Thompson, Ellen Braga, and right behind them, Nathan Richards and Lewis Ricard are going to come together here for the end of this race. And Ricard able to get around Richards just that fast as we were trying to watch. Now Richards taking back over. We're going to go side by side. Let's go. Lewis Ricard able to lock that down. Byron Thompson, Aline Braga. The next closest battle out there. Yeah, Chen has had a good race today. Spent a good part of the first hour in the lead of the race. Yeah, just overall had a really consistent, very relatively clean race today. So good on him for finishing P6. You see, catching up now to Mike Jackson. Chen down 3 spots. Started in P3 today, so a little disappointing there, but got caught up in a few incidents beginning of the race and fought their way back. But as I said, overall, not a horrible run. I think the extra pit stop with the drive-through is probably what caused a lot of that problem. Thompson and Braga continue this battle back here for P12. Once again, overall, a great race day here at Box 3 Motorsports. I think we had great battles throughout the entirety of this race. We still have them going. Mike Jackson, Andre Dixon Chen, and let's back it up right there. We're going to roll back 30 seconds to see exactly what happened there as we focus on the number 93, Dixon Chen. Looked like there was contact during the pass. And yeah, door bang there. Forcing Chen to back out. A little bit of contact right there. Byron Thompson, Aline Braga, continuing to battle for P12. So Chen now backing off just a tad from Mike Jackson. Now, I have to wonder something. You guys are looking at pit wall, and you're tracking this number 1 and 2 gap situation. Is Ballawender slowing down? Because his last lap was a 142.8. The Seville's 141.2. Now, they both come off. Now, again, tires are going to play a factor, right? Obviously. But this gap is now down to 10 seconds with 4.5 minutes left to go. Now, I'm not saying Seville's going to catch up. That's still a huge gap to catch down in basically 3 to 4 laps, right? Okay. What I'm saying is this was a 17-second gap for a long time until all of a sudden it started dropping off heavy. So we're going to continue to keep eyes up there because you just don't know what could happen here at the end of this race. For all I know, Ballawinter doesn't change tires in three stints, and it's going to be brutal here at the end, right? Petrol. Well, Petrol, to your point, for Ballawinter, you're right. It has been 4 hours. For Ballawinter, it's been 4 hours. For Seville, it has not. It's been 2 hours. Right? Seville's run 2 stints with Hall. Now, I'm not saying 2 hours is not going to make you tired. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not, again, taking anything away from him. As we watch Aline Braga take up P12 over Byron Thompson. What I'm saying is, it's he's been there longer. Is all I'm saying. 33 and 34 in a battle now. I'm not seeing that. .428 running all by himself, but Dixon Chen catching back up to Mike Jackson. A little bit of a battle here for P5 at the end of this race. Number 250 clearing a drive-through penalty. They have Pavel Morev. Just crazy today with the number of drive-throughs we have gotten. And as Matt said, Kyalami, not a track known for a ton of you know, track violations in regards to track limits. So interesting that that we've seen the number we have today. To watch back a little further as Nathan Richards and Tiago Alves coming to blows. Nicholas Weffar and Christoph Flores. Nicholas able to get ahead and take up P17. And there it is. Final lap now for our race leader. Philip Ballawinter continuing to run. Jonathan Seville bringing it down to within 10 seconds. I mean, guys, again, I'm not trying to take away from anything Philip did today. He ran this race by himself, 4 hours straight. Didn't team up. 141.624 in this last stint for average lap times. 141.216 to Jonathan Seville. So again, we're looking at 5/10 of a second. As we talked about before, your pace, Seville's got it. But hats off to both these drivers today. I want to highlight one more time. Both up 40 positions. And then that includes Altruit, Blaine Hall in the chat, to these 3 drivers today. So hats off to all 3 of them. Up 40 spots on the day. You cannot take anything away from either one of these drivers. Putting Porsche on the pole. Aston in second. Just great driving overall from both of these guys, all 3 of these drivers. I keep forgetting. Blaine, I know, Altruit, I know you're there. Trust me, I know you're there. Great driving from all 3 of these drivers today. Just fantastic to watch. And the strategy that came into play, the damage that happened. I mean, look, it happens. But overall, I think we had a great race, and that is indeed, I don't know why it did that to me, because it shouldn't have. This race is not over. Race is not over. We're still watching it. Like, literally, I don't think anybody's finished yet. And there is Philip Ballewender comes across the line. Jonathan Seville in second. Yannick Kurtz in third. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, guys. It doesn't make sense, but they're still driving. We're still watching right here. Gage Gonzalez into the pits. Camille Taha able to take up P8. I don't know what is going on here, because according to this, Stefan Waldhauser is still driving. Finished in third, but Yannick Kurtz was already done. I don't know that that's true. Mike Jackson, Andre Dixon Chen continuing to race down here to the end. And there it is. Mike Jackson able to hold on to P5 ahead of Dixon Chen.
Green light.
Oh, good God. I think the whole thing just killed itself before. Oh, Lord, we're not going to start this. Okay, I'm not having it. Not today. Today is not the day, and I am not the one. It's not my issue. Not my pig, not my farm. Guys, it was still a great race today. I think we had a lot of fun. I think we had a ton of great battles. Obviously, some incidents. I think some things could have been done better by all the drivers, right? You never know. But I think overall, this was a really great race. 4-hour event at Kyalami. Yeah, just a lot of fun for everybody. Hey, and I do want to ask everyone if you could do me a favor one more time. We're going to talk about what's upcoming, because again, next Sunday, 2 hours at Laguna Seca. Please join us if you're an Xbox driver. Next Saturday, the M2 spec race, 3 races, 20 minutes each, no qual. I think that's going to be a great event, and I really hope Matt can stream that for the league, because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. There you go. One rules right there. 2 hours of Laguna sign up. Get over there and get signed up for that, because I think Laguna Seca is, I don't know. I like Laguna, but it's not one of my favorites. I just think we'll have a lot of fun at Laguna Seca. So come and join us next Sunday. You can watch that right here. And guys, one more time before we get out of here, don't forget my man Dylan Dunn, one of the co-founders of Box3 Motorsports, is looking to box it out and raise money. Rumble in the Rockies 5. Listen, this is happening on June 14th, and I got confirmation during today's race. I got confirmation this event with him is going to be live streamed. Okay, they're live streaming this. So what's going to happen is this. June 14th at 7:30 p.m., which will be 9:30 my time. I'm going to have to stay up late for that one, but that's okay, because you know what we're going to do? We're going to live stream. You got to be a member of the Discord. We're going to live stream this on the Discord and watch Dunn and commentate his fight and have a great time. So if you don't know Dylan Dunn, he's a fantastic guy. Please, guys, take a look at supporting this event. I'll put the link in the chat. And if you can't do that, that's okay. Show up on the 14th of June at 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time, and we're gonna live stream this and have some fun. So thanks again to everybody for joining me today. I appreciate all you guys. I appreciate all the drivers, all the managers, Anderson and Blue, for putting this together, and for the admins over at Box3. Don't forget, guys, we're back next Sunday for that 2 hours at Laguna Seca as my dog walks across the back of me there. You guys have yourselves a wonderful week. See you next Sunday.